It may say grocery store, but it's a free grocery store. And that's over at the Cashman Multi-Service Center, 4802 Lockwood Drive, and the 2nd and 4th. And I want to also talk about the Cashman Garden Super Neighborhood meeting. I'm not going to hold another meeting until the 8th of September. I'm giving myself a summer. All right?
That's good.
Yeah. And so the 8th of September, 5:30 p.m., Councilmember Salinas confirmed this morning that she will be there the 8th of September. And we will have other guests as well and other speakers. But I just want to put that out there that you all are welcome to attend. This is for anybody. Don't let the boundaries stop you. You'll be stopping yourself. Family Houston is over at the Multi-Service Center Tuesdays and Thursdays, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we also have the Farmers Market, Northeast Community Farmers Market. It was well attended. We're open every first and third Saturday of the month. But I want to say this, and this is at the entrance of LBJ Hospital. Because July 4th happens on a Saturday this year. I know I'm ahead of your calendar, but I'm letting you know the 4th of July is on a Saturday. We're going to have the Northeast Community Farmers Market occur on the 2nd and 3rd Saturday of the month. Instead of the 1st, and usually we open the 1st and 3rd, it's going to be open the 2nd and 3rd Saturdays of the month from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Double up snap. And the entrance of that is at LBJ Hospital Parking Lot A. That's right there at the entrance. We also have the Texas Children's Pediatric Mental Health Mobile Unit is at the Cashman Multi-Service Center every Monday from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Ages 7 to 18. Uninsured or underinsured, bring the child. Doesn't matter. Texas Children's Pediatric Medical Mobile Unit will be at the Cashman Multi-Service Center Tuesday, June 23rd. Well, this is past. It was on the 23rd. But also Target Hunger in monthly groceries, and shout out to Target Hunger. They've been at the in the Cashman Garden area and in the Multi-Service Center for years. They should have a dozen years, I would say at least. And they're there on Wednesday, every Wednesday, from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. So I just want to give a shout out to those. Also, I want to let you all know about Meet the Attorney, Amy Den, over in Pleasantville. The session topic, legal preparedness for disasters. It's an interesting topic. Legal preparedness for disasters. And her firm is the Texas Community Law Partners. You know, she used to be with Lone Star Legal Aid, but now she's running her own firm, and it's the Texas Community Law Firm. Now, this will take place over at the Judson Robinson Senior Community Center, and that's 1422 Ledwick over in Pleasantville, and that's going to take place June 27th. So that's coming up in a couple of days from 10 a.m. to 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. So June 27th, that's Saturday, from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. Free lunch, free gifts for those who turn in evaluation. So there's an evaluation. Go online and go to ACTS, Bridget Murray's organization over in Pleasantville, achieving a community task successfully, I believe. But go to ACTS, just like it sounds, ACTS, and you will see there that you could fill out an evaluation. There will be over 14 community vendors that will be present. And I want to stress something too. Take advantage of these resources when they come into our community. You know, a lot of people say we don't have anything in our community, but when they come into the community, are you taking advantage of them? Or are you letting it slide? It's not for someone else. It's for you. It's for me. And we should take advantage of those blessings that come into the community because, a long time ago we didn't have anything. And so I just want to say a shout out to all community leaders out there, no matter where you are, because your efforts and your advocacy across this nation is helping so many people for the greater good. And those are our announcements this morning, sir.
All right, Keith. That's good. That's
Yes.
good. You got them all in there. What is, I know you're going on hiatus. You're going to take a break here. What's the neighborhood, the council number again?
52.
52.
Cashmere Garden, Super Neighborhood 52.
What are the boundaries?
And the boundaries are...
Well, actually, I heard you say...
Yeah. Oh, no, the boundaries are now fine. Yeah. The boundaries are, we have, and I'm going to start at the north. Uh-huh. We butt up against Trinity Garden. But there's used to be 2 railroad tracks that separated us. Now there are 12.
Whoa, okay.
That's the expansion, yes. So you know these railroad companies, you know how they are. Yeah. But they've expanded to be, it's the railroad tracks to the north. Mm-hmm. To the west, you have, actually it's not 59, it's beyond 59. Mm-hmm. And Cashmere has what I call the Panhandle. And it's a portion of that over on Melbourne King Street, over that way off of Jensen Drive. So it actually goes over to Jensen. Mm-hmm. And so that's to the west. We also have to the south, Collinsworth. The northern side of Collinsworth, across from Fleming, not on the side of Fleming, but across from Fleming Middle School, that is the beginning, the south side of Cashmere Garden. And then to the east, you have the 610 loop where it kind of butts up toward Liberty Road. That's the boundary.
Now, do you keep up with the number of new residents that move into the area?
It's hard to keep track of that. And I'll tell you why. I got a call on this yesterday, and I'm glad you brought that up because it leads me into this. Mm-hmm. A council member is proposing an ordinance, and you'll be hearing about it soon, for the AC units, that it be a requirement that landlords in apartment complexes provide AC units. Okay. And they asked me would I sign on to that, and I told them absolutely. Okay. It should be a requirement. Yes, it should be a requirement. And the reason I say that is to answer your question directly. Mm-hmm. Cashmere is 60% renters, 40% homeowners. So tenants go in and out of apartments.
Sure.
So it's kind of hard to keep track.
Sure.
Of people that are going, nomads I should say, are going in and out. Yeah. But overall, the population is around 9,700.
Okay.
9,700. It's been up to 11,000 at one point.
Oh, okay.
And this was before Harvey.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I suppose there are places like the Kinder Institute and the general population growth that keep up with the specific population growth in these in these areas. Now, do you mentioned the renters? Sometimes we are dismissive of renters.
Yeah, very much so.
But there are some renters who really do set down roots. Sometimes people...
Oh, very much so, yes.
There are older people who, for whatever reason, have moved out of their homes or maybe even sold their homes, and they moved into other places in the area, maybe senior properties or others. But there are some renters, is it not true, that have a vested interest in the community?
They do.
They want safety and they want all of those things. Do you get many of those people at your meetings?
I get the majority. The majority have planted roots in the community.
Okay.
What ends up happening, and like you say, you'll have those evictions, and they don't.
Yeah, sure.
You know, that's not the majority.
Right,
That's a minority. That's in a very small minority that happen. But it also, you have these people that they have no choice but to rent.
Yeah.
Okay. And we have to make sure in our communities we're providing for not just the homeowner, but the renter as well. They need those same resources that we provide for the homeowner. Okay? They may not be taxpayers on property, but the fact of the matter is we got to make sure that they're getting these resources. That being said, I didn't know there's an ordinance that requires, and the council member was telling me yesterday when I was on the phone with them, they were saying that there's an ordinance that requires a landlord to provide heat. Well, if they're providing heat, if they're providing heat, well, darn sure provide me something that can stay cool.
You need that in Houston.
Yes, no doubt about it. You know, but the fact is that I love the fact we got to hold these landlords accountable.
Yes.
A lot of them are absent landlords in our communities. They don't live there, but they get all the investments, and they take that money out of our community. And we got to understand that we have to hold them accountable, because these residents, in a lot of cases, I grew up, my grandmother rented for the first 12 years of my life. So you talk about a person putting down roots. This is where people live.
Yes.
And they have a lot of times no choice. And you can't blame them for being a renter.
And they do pay taxes.
And
everybody,
yes.
If you buy food in America,
you pay taxes for that.
If you buy cars in America, you pay taxes.
You don't pay property tax, but you pay taxes.
You pay other taxes.
Yes,
right.
yes.
You pay the other taxes, not the property taxes.
And these storms come along. See, that's what causes a lot of people, Paris, not cutting you off, to move around.
Yes.
Harvey caused a lot of people to move around because they were flooded out. Okay. But what we found out, and I was a disaster case manager for over 400 families, post Harvey, working with Ms. Huey and Ken, we found out that people would move. They leave one place, but they won't move far away from that same location.
Yes. Yeah.
And you could picture that. If they have to move, they won't move far across town.
Right.
All right? They're going to move in that general area because this is where they have their roots.
Yeah.
They raised their families. Their kids went to school, the whole bit.
Yeah. They will have some extended family in that area. So that's like an anchor community for them.
It is.
I guess.
It is.
Like you got ties there. You went to the high school in the area, or any number of things that you point out that we tend to attach ourselves to as human beings. We attach ourselves to our alma maters, our school, our families, a big one.
Of course. And you know, several years ago, I was talking with several ministers on this. Mm-hmm. And they said, 80%, you're talking about roots, and I'm bringing this up on this.
Sure.
When you talk about my congregation, and several pastors have said this, 80% of them don't live around here anymore.
Yeah, I know. Some went out to.
Yes, even the pastor don't live in that community anymore. Wow, but their roots, they grew up there. They were raised in that church. Mm-hmm. They come back to that church. They come back to that community on Sunday. And so I hats off to the churches that invest in the communities where the church is set. That's important because remember now, that's our foundation institutions.
Right. Sure.
Our churches, and we rely on them, and we will continue to rely on them in our community. The term church rich is real. A lot of times we have more churches than we can shake a stick at.
I was going to say, I'm not familiar with that term. Please elaborate.
Church rich.
Church rich.
That means you have churches throughout your community. And I'm going to use Third Ward. There's a book called Shaking Dixie. It's about Houston. The original, right after Reconstruction and Jackie Yates and all of this in Houston, how Houston blacks planted their foundation throughout the city. Okay? And this is a back to 19, I would say, '05 or something of that nature. There were over 300 churches in Third Ward. That's a lot of churches, right?
Yes.
And the Third Ward wasn't that big as it is now.
Right,
We lost some of that land in Midtown, but the fact is that we've always turned to the church. We've been able to turn to the church, and the church should always have their doors open in times of need, and times of need is every day.
Yeah.
And so it's definitely important that we do that, our schools and our churches.
All right. Well, we know you've got to get prepared for your guests coming up here shortly. You're listening to the Morning Magazine Community Chat version with Keith Downey on a Thursday. We do thank you so much for being here with us, ladies and gentlemen, in the morning. We do thank you for being here. Hello to you, Shirley Brass, Miss Clarice. How are you out there? Hello, Miss Patricia. What's good, G? What's good with you? Lydia Flanagan, my lady Lydia, good morning to you as I do my deep bow. Good morning to you, my sister. Akua Fayette, much love to you. Good morning to you, and you can hear Akua Fayette on Saturdays. It's been a little checkered lately because we've got these soccer fans in town, and we welcome them with open arms as they come with open pocketbooks, open wallets.
There you go.
We appreciate all of that. However, it can be tough on parking around here. I'll tell you that. It can be tough on parking around here. I see. Yes, indeed. And so Akua has been on Saturday, she's been a victim of some of this moving around. She and Kerry Lewis, and Ron Jackson as well, because Ron is here on Saturdays, and we'll get our schedule straight for this Saturday with Ron. We've got I'll tell you something. This soccer, this FIFA, this football association, and the soccer players and the soccer fans, man, they have been really beautiful to see, and a joy for the community in many ways, and they comport themselves nicely. Yeah, generally speaking, I've not heard of a lot of outrageous incidents, but it's been. But they've been a source of welcome, particularly financially, to our community, and we try to treat them in kind. But I gotta tell you, with the parking situation over here in this little lot of ours, sometimes it prevents. Well, it's not just the parking; it is it is getting the traffic flow manageable, so that the fans get in, our guests from out of town get in and out, but our employees need to get in and out too, and sometimes that can be very challenging, particularly when we are on site as a pop-up parking lot. If there's an event over there, then management sees fit to allow people to park over here. It's not a daily occurrence. It's not even a weekly occurrence, but for matters like the rodeo and something as big as the soccer championships, as you may have heard some people say who are connected with Reliance Stadium and the whole FIFA management team. This is like during 7 Super Bowls, they say. And it's been rough on those people over there. They've been energetic and up to it, but they've been doing long hours over there. And that includes the people, our police officers who are doing overtime, and it's just a lot. It's just a lot. And sometimes we have to disrupt our schedule when these things happen to accommodate for the public good. It helps everybody, which is my way of saying Akua may or may not be on Saturday, but we are going to find out shortly. All right, good morning. 6 minutes after the hour of 9 o'clock. I see we've got we got our returning guest, and we love her so much. She's here with us. And then we've got a distinguished guest.
Yes, we do.
In our studios
yes, we
this
do.
morning.
Yes, we do.
Now, I consider you all persons of distinction. However, I'm going to let Keith do the introductions because some of us go back a lot further than others of us in this city. And so, Keith, I want you to introduce your guest on Community Chat.
All right. Well, first of all, good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Community Chat. We have the honor. It's an honor this morning. That's why I put on a sport jacket. All right. I don't do that for everybody. All right. Some people get the warm up. But we have this morning returning guests, Miss Pamela Abanta. But we also, now here we go. This is why I put the jacket on. We have with us a jack of all trades, but his name is not Jack. All right. We have a person that is one of your, if I'm not mistaken, one of the first black police officers in Houston for the Houston Police Department. Also a community leader and a caregiver. Welcome, Mr. James Freddy. Good morning.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hey there.
Yes,
Hey,
yes,
how
yes.
are you, Mr. Freddie?
Yes. Well, thank you for being here this morning. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Well, thanks for the invitation. This is my first time, but it's always got to be a first.
You sounding good and strong. this
Yes,
morning.
yes.
I'll say that for you. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
very much so. We appreciate y'all being here. So please, Pam, I'm going to let you do the honors of introducing yourself, and then you all both can tag team on speaking about Officer James Freddy.
Absolutely. Okay, so Pamela Bonta, I'm an environmental activist. I'm here today to talk about a couple things that are kind of going on right now around Houston. And I brought my good friend James Freddy along with me to talk about his experiences. And he is the patriarch of his neighborhood. He has built the community center, the church, the school with his bare hands and his brothers. And he is still a mentor to many in the McNair community. He is a longtime active volunteer with Texas Health Environment Alliance, who I also volunteer with. I've known Mr. Freddy for about, maybe 12 years, somewhere in there. And he is one of my best, dearest friends. I'm going to let him go ahead and talk about his experiences real quick because I think that that's really important for him to get his word out. And I'm very excited to hear his story. So I'm going to go ahead and let him speak right now real quick, and then I'll interject as well. So go ahead, Mr. Freddy.
Hello. This is a new experience for me, so
Yes. Take your time.
okay. I've been involved in a lot of community events since I was about maybe 12 years old.
And how old are you now, Mr. Freddy?
Oh, well, I'm only 94 now.
Oh, that's all?
just 94. Yeah, I've been involved with the community for many years, and I used when I was 12 years old, I used to go out hunting out there, rabbit hunting and everything, and I got used to going on all different islands out in the Center City River, and a lot of the young men and the older ones too had never been out hunting or anything or camping, so I'd take them out to the islands out there and teach them how to camp, set up a camp, and how to clear area so they could camp without having snake bites and stuff. And I'd teach them how to basic survival, really, how to catch fish and cook them out there on the islands.
Start fires.
Start fire, yeah.
How to survive.
Wow. So you started this off, you said, at 12 years old. So what piqued your interest? Was it survival that got you going? I mean, what was it?
Well, I just something came natural to me. I mean, my whole family always did things like that. My mother, even she would go out hunting when I was a kid. My grandmother did too. And so we would always go country people. We live out in Eastgate, Texas, and if we would do it right after the Depression. If people was losing their money and didn't have food and everything, I said, well, that never was a problem for us because if we wanted some meat, we'd go out in the woods and kill a rabbit or a hog.
Wow. Wow.
Taught them how to fish too, right?
Yeah, fish. We go catch fish. And I taught a lot of the young people how to fish because the only fish they ever had before was somebody would buy it for them. So I taught them how to fish.
So you were resilient before the word came along.
Well, I don't know. I tried. I guess I was a jack of all trades.
There you go. So shifting gears to your occupation as a ex-police officer, what got you into law enforcement?
Well, when I came out of service, I went to college for a little while, and I decided I need to get me became a photographer after I finished college.
Sure.
And
What college did you attend?
Texas Southern University.
Oh, okay.
And then after that, I set up a studio and I did photography work for a while. But everybody wanted credit, but nobody wanted to pay. So I said that was not a business I should be in. So
don't go there.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I applied for the police department and also the fire department. The police department called me first, so I went to the police department. I worked there for 22 and a half years.
22 and a half years.
Is that the Houston Police
Houston
Department?
Police Department. I was a special investigator with them for 22 and a half years.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. So I bet you've seen it all back in those. So what was that era back then? Was it 60s or 70s or what?
I went there in 1958, so it was pretty tough back then, you know, that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's segregation, everything else. In
Of
fact,
course.
I was the first one during the civil rights movement to work the jail division
Oh, wow.
because they didn't have any minorities or black people up to the jail division.
Wow.
And so I thought for the civil rights marches and everything, I was the one that was responsible for taking care of them while they was in jail.
So you mentioned, you know, we talked about THEA, Texas Health Environmental Alliance. We talked about the environment. Something is going on in the news right now, and I want to dig into it. Pam, would you like to share your take on this fire we've had?
Sure. So the problem with tire fires, and once again, it's Manchester, which I've been on the radio here a couple times and have talked to some gentlemen from Manchester. It is a highly contaminated area. It's right on the ship channel. There is a lot of industry and dumping that goes on around there. Recently, a tire fire started. There was also something they were not talking about, which was a pile of asbestos. And that was right next to the tires. And yes, portions of that were also on fire. I was a little alarmed when the fire chief came on the news and said, everything's fine, everybody's going to be fine. It's anything but fine. I'm not quite sure why they always say it's going to be fine. As we're speaking, Air Alliance is on the news right now holding a press conference on how it is not fine for the people, the air, and the water. It's anything but fine. So what's in tires? It's called carbon black. It's a petroleum-based product. Also steel, oils, chemicals, heavy metals. Carbon monoxide then goes into the air along with the heavy metals. This then settles. It affects your brain, your lungs, your respiratory. You can have breathing issues. I feel for those people that live right there. One thing of advice that I would say to you is get an air filter for inside your house. Make sure, Honeywell is one of the better ones. I just myself purchased one. You need it to collect VOCs and PMs, particulate matter.
Now, what are VOCs?
Volatile organic chemicals. That is what is in the air right now. That is going to settle on your cars, your vegetables, your trees, your grass, your waterways, and including you. I was really concerned with the people in Manchester. If you want to call the radio and give a shout out, I can give you some advice when you call. I wouldn't let just anybody tell you that it's okay. It's not okay. If you can get a hold of Air Alliance, go on their website and see what they have to say about it. But the things that it can affect are, so it can cause damage to your lungs, your heart, your kidneys, your bones, your brain. That's things that this smoke can do for you. It headed directly up from Manchester to Humble, and then would continue on then, Kingwood, Woodlands, up that way as far as the air will carry that.
Sure.
So do not take this lightly. I would definitely document any health issues you start having, and just write it down on the calendar, the day that the burn started, the day that you start seeing ash on your windshield or whatever you might be finding. Start documenting it for yourself so that, if something does arise with your health, that you can at least look back and know that you documented how and when this was happening.
Let me ask you about, all the firefighters, and hats off to the firefighters.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up.
And they put themselves on the line for us because we have nothing but industrial around us, and no telling when something's going to pop off. And so that being said, I want to ask you about water runoff.
Yes, so first, I'm going to get to the first responders, and everybody needs to give them a big thank you for putting their own lives on the line to do this, but also their health on the line. They're not wearing respirators. Should they be? Absolutely. They're out there on the front lines breathing this stuff. Does this affect them? Absolutely.
And they bring it home.
They bring it home. They bring it on their clothes. They bring it into the shower. So kudos to you guys for being willing to put your lives on the line to save others. I cannot stress enough that y'all need to be wearing protective gear and respirators when you go in there. I wish that would be the case for all first responders. But as far as the water, so what happens is it goes into the air. This can create acid rain when it rains from the particulate matter in the air. How long does that stay up there? Nobody really knows. So if it rains in a week, are you still going to get some of that debris and that matter settling on your lawn or on your sidewalk? Yes, very likely. But what happens next is that then goes into the earth, that seeps down into the aquifer. So aquifers are made by rain falling on top of the soil or whatever it falls on, rocks, and it trickles down into the earth's core. That's how an aquifer is made. So whatever is on top of the earth then goes into your aquifer.
The reason one of the reasons I'm asking this is contaminated soil. You alluded to that. Now, any company that comes in there on that top of that soil, that's contaminated soil.
Yes.
And too many times now what we see is the soil is not mitigated. In other words, it's not taken out down to a certain depth. People build on top of contamination.
Absolutely. 800 Middle Street.
Yes, yes. And so it poisons the community. And so we got to be very vigilant with this. This is not something, and if I'm not mistaken, what I'm hearing from you, this is something we have to take very seriously, not just around Manchester, but throughout Houston.
Absolutely, yes. And another thing I would like to add, because I am an environmental activist, I was coming home from a fundraiser one night a few months ago, and I'm going up 290 towards Jones Road. I live up in Cypress. And this huge plume of smoke is coming over 290, and I thought, oh my gosh, where is this fire coming from? I look over, no, it's not a fire. It's a metal recycling plant, and they are burning aluminum, copper, and different metals, but the plume is going right down the street, right towards my house. I live about 1.5 miles away from this, and they're burning at night when nobody's around. I have asked other people to take pictures, and it's literally a tunnel of chemicals that also causes all kinds of health effects, which include damage to the lungs, the heart, the kidneys, your bones, and your brain. When you inhale it, you can get brain damage, cancer. This is a big deal. So I have alerted Precinct 3. They are working with the fire chief, TCEQ, and pollution control. So these are the entities that need to come in and make sure that our air is going to be safe enough for us to live around.
Sure.
Because I can tell you there's a lot of cancer in my area.
So that being said, and I'm going to go toward that. So what I'm hearing from you is, as a society, we're not sensitive enough to what we're dealing with, especially around the Houston area, for example.
Right. So when contamination knocked on my door over 20 years ago, you can do two things. You can ignore it and bury your head in the sand and think it's not gonna happen to me, or you can become active and get involved and educate yourself and help your neighbors. I choose to help my neighbors and educate myself and put the word out that this is serious stuff and it does need to be taken serious. And most people don't even realize, hey, where's that smoke coming from?
Right.
You know, they don't even think about it. And so people like myself bring that to the forefront and hopefully can educate people to protect themselves.
I love what you said, talking about all the aspects around Manchester, for example. Sorry they're going through this, and we all are going through it in some form or fashion, whether we know it or not. You know, departments and agencies seem to minimize the hazardous effects that are, the wind's not blowing that way. The smoke is going northerly. It's getting away from the homes, but the homes are still affected.
Absolutely.
And I'm glad you pointed that out, because even though it might be going opposite of you, you're still going to be affected in some form, correct?
Yeah. So the air circulates around just like the water. It doesn't stay in one place.
Sure.
It's always moving. So, yeah, absolutely. You have to protect yourself. You have to be aware. Get with Air Alliance. Get with the Texas Health Environment Alliance. Get with CHEJ, which is part of THEA now. You can go on to the websites and see what's going on in your area, the contamination that's being taken care of right now in your area. We are getting the dioxin successfully removed from the river.
In the San Jacinto River.
In the San Jacinto River, and they're going to start remediating that in about a year from now. They're going to start building the coffer dam. We have gotten the green light. We've been fighting for 20 years for this to be done, and that's record time, believe it or not. It's been dumped there since 1960. And so they're going to build the coffer dam, and about a year from now and about 2 years from now, they're going to start removing the debris and putting it in a contained facility.
Shout out to Texas Health and Environmental Alliance. These are the people that when you hear about the San Jacinto River and Jackie Metcalf, and you see,
Yes.
and that's your daughter.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and the fact is that these are your front runners that have gotten attention and the spotlight put on this for so many years. You fought with this. You even got Greg Grugan involved.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you all have pulled him in. And the fact is that if it wasn't for you all staying on the spotlight of the San Jacinto River, what caused that contamination? I want people to know.
So what it is paper mill sludge, which breaks down to dioxin. There is a bleaching process that is involved in breaking that down as well. And it is one of the deadliest chemicals known to man. It is associated like Agent Orange, which causes dioxin. And I can tell you from living in Highlands for almost 15 years that I knocked doors. I still knock the doors. people are very ill there. It's not an immediate death sentence. It is a slow kill. It knocked on my door. My husband has multiple myeloma. My daughter has been sick. Mr. Freddie's family is sick. I'm going to let Mr. Freddie tell you about what he and his family used to do on the river.
Please.
Well, every weekend when I was off work, I would take my family out to the Center River. We always camp under the bridge, the Center River Bridge. And we'd fish and crab right there all the time. And never knew anything about the docks. And we'd swim, we'd ski, and eat the fish.
Sure.
But found out later that my family started getting, my daughter especially, my youngest daughter, started getting sick. And I think this is what contributed to her being sick right now.
Wow.
The dioxin in the river. And as I started working with the health environmental because I heard about it when I heard about some young lady was having a meeting, so I got out of curiosity. I went there and found out.
You got nosy, huh?
Yeah, I got nosy.
He got active.
Yeah.
There you go.
And then I met Jackie and Pam. And I think Jackie is one of the most bravest little ladies I ever met because she took on the biggest company there is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
yeah, she's got a lot of guts.
Right. And she did.
Yeah.
She took on Waste Management and International Paper. And yes, we were followed and we were threatened and we didn't give up.
Of course they threaten you.
And we didn't back down and we stayed firm. So I just real quick want to tell the story about the night I met Mr. Freddie.
Please.
It was at an EPA meeting, and I usually take the questions for the people that don't want to stand up and talk to the EPA. So I'll take their little note card and I will ask that question for them. And I was asking so many questions, the lady with the EPA got in my face and she put her finger up in my face and she said to me, she said, "You stop asking so many questions. You just be quiet." And that doesn't go well with me when you stick your finger in my face.
I bet it does.
And I'm not a physical person, but I'm just gonna say I felt like I wanted to punch her in the face, so I did not punch her in the face, but I did punch the table that was aluminum and told her to back off, and the table made a loud noise. Mr. Freddie was sitting right by me, and he said, "Oh my God, who is this woman?" And I had to go to the back of the room. I told the EPA lady that I was not going to stop asking questions, that this was for the people. This is important. And so Mr. and Freddie and I have been friends ever since that night. Yep, ever since then.
Wow. And so I love the story. I want you all to share with our listeners, what is a waste pit?
So a waste pit is where when they have made the paper mill sludge, they then need somewhere to dump it. So back in the 60s, they pretty much just purchased some land or found somebody that would go along with them, and they say, "Hey, can we dump this on your land?" Sure, go ahead and dump it without knowing the repercussions that would trickle down, which would be the water, the air, and the soil, and the people, the animals. And so here we are in 2026, and it's still sitting there getting eroded away. And what it is it is a sludge. It is dioxin, bleach, and it is highly toxic, and it's sitting right on the edge of the river, San Jacinto River, and that gets every storm, every barge that goes through there peels away another layer of that mountain of dioxin, and it has literally since the 60s whittled away to practically nothing, but it's enough that there's many hundreds of tons left of it that we are going to have removed, but it has been going out into Galveston Bay for decades.
Let me ask you a question, and it seems to be a national question. A lot of companies will put their factories and stuff right on the rivers.
By design.
By design, okay? Yes. It's not by accident. The creeks, the rivers, and they've contaminated these rivers. And this is not today. This is going on for 100 years or so. But let me say, do they I know they don't think about people live downstream from their contamination, like Flint, like Houston, like San Jacinto River.
And it also backs up when the storms come, so people that live upstream are affected as well.
Sure.
The fish are contaminated, and they swim upstream, and those people catch those fish or crabs.
Not thinking that I just caught a contaminated fish.
Right.
And I'm going to digest it.
Right. And so the especially vulnerable would be the young children, like Mr. Freddie's daughter was highly affected, but he has, you know, him and his wife that were not nearly as affected as the young child.
Sure.
It definitely, pregnant women shouldn't even be in that water or be eating that fish. They say men can eat a small portion a month, which is a joke. Why would you let the men eat it if you're not letting the children and the women eat it?
Right.
But the breadwinners of the family are going to go ahead and they're going to say, go ahead and eat this. Nobody should be eating this. Not the men, not the women, not the children.
Now, with what happened the other day over in the Manchester community, would you suggest that those residents in the immediate area check with their physicians?
Absolutely. I would, first off, I would do a blood test, see where your blood levels lie with the things, heavy metals and things like that. Definitely. And start keeping documentation. That's important for you, for if anything comes down the pike later, like a lawsuit or just your health, that you have that documentation to show your doctor or your lawyer and look back on that and say, hey, here was my health on this day, but look how much I've declined since that time.
And I'm bringing up a thought as you speak about, they said the Houston Health Department was involved. I think the county and the city should be involved in testing people in the area that live around that general area.
So I would definitely put pollution control, TCEQ, and the EPA on this. Air Alliance is definitely on it. When the entities on the news told us, oh, it's fine, the people are going to be fine, Air Alliance put up their air monitors immediately and said, oh, heck no. This is anything but fine. So that's why they're having a press conference this morning.
I love it.
And I work very closely with Air Alliance. We have put up a few monitors along the river in Highlands and Channelview, and we're catching the horrific stuff in the air there.
Sure, I work closely with Juan Flores as well.
Yeah, Juan's a great guy, yes.
Ooh, beautiful man.
Yes.
And he's over in Galena Park, so he knows firsthand about contamination, sulfur smells, and the ship channel and all.
He's a perfect one to work for Air Alliance, absolutely.
No doubt about that.
Yes.
And so I want to ask you, Mr. Freddie, in your community, you all are dealing with different various contamination. Do you all meet on a regular basis to discuss this?
No, not anymore. Since I'm no longer as active as I used to be. We did have an organization that was the Concerned Citizens of McNair and the Civic Club, but I was in charge of both of those for about 40 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, right? He's somebody.
Yes. Yeah. You stick with it, huh?
Yeah, I was on the advisory board for 32 years, but I no longer do it, so we don't have the meetings anymore. But on the street where I grew up on Richard Street, it's probably about 900 feet from the railroad track to my house. We've had more than 20 people die of cancer, and some of them still sick with cancer to this day on that one street. That's not the whole community. I'm just speaking of that one street. And,
wow.
And we have some of them that has cancer right now that's still living on that street.
Also, you are a caregiver, correct?
Well, I've raised a lot of children. That was not my own.
Well, and too, when his daughter that was ill has lived with them for many, many years.
Sure.
Daughter.
And his wife is up and down with her health. And Mr. Freddie is the guy who takes care of everyone.
And that's what I want to ask, too. being who you are, where you are in your stage in life right now, how taxing is that for you to be a caregiver for your loved ones and your family? I know it's out of love, but my point is, does it take some of you to keep them going?
Well, I never think of it as a burden or anything. It needs to be done, so I do it.
Mm-hmm. Love it, love it, love it.
And he's been a huge mentor for the young black men in his community, with just being an example of how you treat your family, how you treat your loved ones, how you stay the course and you stay with them and you stick with it. This man is such a pillar of his community with just providing just the example.
He's definitely the example.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I bet well respected, of course, in his community. Mr. Freddie, what would you like to share with our listeners for community leaders such as myself and those that are listening out there that aspire to be a leader, a community leader? What would you share with us for us to carry for the rest of our lives?
Well, if it's something that needs to be done, you try to get involved and get as many people involved as possible. But if they won't help, you just do the best you can, and you don't do it for recognition. You do it because it needs to be done.
Wow, yes, very much so, very much so. So out there on the San Jacinto River, you're saying what's going to happen within a year? Because I want you to repeat that because it hasn't been done yet.
Sure. But first off, if we could go back to Mr. Freddie real quick, I would like for him to speak about what he did in the Army. And what year was that you did that in the Army?
Sure, sure.
Well, and during the Korean War, I was in the combat engineers, and we were, maybe I get you one of the space specialists. We didn't have all the green beret and everything, but we were specialists, and we were the combat engineers would be attached to a company, 9-man squad.
Yes.
So we were supposed to be like the bridesmaids. If we needed any help, we go and get them, get them out of trouble. If they were captured or whatever, we'd go in to get them out.
And he also became the leader of his regime, and he mentored those young men that were out there that didn't feel like they could go on, and
right.
He talked them off the ledge.
Were you a platoon leader, squad leader?
Squad leader.
Squad leader, yeah.
Combat leader.
Yeah. I tell you, you guys, the road grew. I was in Vietnam, so as a matter of fact, I was stationed near a MASH unit, and just so we had the mobile surgical units, right? And so from that, what did you do? That was your MOS was medicine. What did you do when you came back to civilian life?
Well, I came back to civilian life. I went to college for a while. I became a photographer, and after that, but the people wasn't paying. They wanted to work, but they could pay. I became a police officer.
Yeah.
And
He went to TSU.
I attended TSU, and I became a police officer. I attended community college, and I went to Texas A&M chemical fire training, and
so you first responded by nature.
Downtown.
You first responded by nature.
It's from within.
By training,
And so, what is one of your favorite stories of being a police officer?
Well, I was able to find people that, lost children, especially. There was, in fact, there was one little boy. His mama was blind, and he'd walk up to the bus stop to put on a bus, but he didn't come back home. And so I got a call, and they told me it was a little boy that was lost.
Sure.
They can't find him, so I got the case. And I started looking for him, and went down on Martin Luther King. It was, and I saw a little boy in a truck with a man going the other way, and for some unknown reason, I went on and stopped him. There was a little boy that I was looking for.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a wild story there. That's
Yeah.
wow, we all feel the
That
same
was
thing.
fate.
I don't tell a lot of stories, but there's a lot of things that
Sure. I
It's
can
You've seen
imagine.
quite a bit, yeah.
there's a lot of stories like that, but people wouldn't believe it. So
I know.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah, I can relate. I can relate to that. There's so many wondrous things that happen
yeah,
on each level, of the spectrum. Sometimes people won't believe the very good things you tell them. Sometimes they won't believe the very bad or
things,
scary
yeah.
things, right?
I do not know if what the percentage is now, but I know that when they did evaluation, and when they nominated me as Officer of the Year, I solved more cases than anyone else in the country, because the national average at that time was 35% known and unknown suspects.
Yeah.
I solved 78% of them.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Yes.
What was how do you account for that? The fact that what were you doing? You think that the others
That was
did?
different.
My little guardian angel, God believe me.
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
very spiritual.
Yes. Yeah.
I believe that God
It
had-
shows. It
was,
shows.
was with me all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
It is. It's very amazing.
Yeah.
Very amazing.
Yeah. And he was also telling about the time that you got hit by lightning.
Well, the lightning hit the electrical wire and hit a tree, and from that went into the wiring on the house. It blew all the meters off the wall. I guess it fire flying for it, but I was standing right there and never touched me.
That's
Wow.
incredible. Yeah.
Wow.
He was right there.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So definitely. So you have been with Thea how long now?
Oh, what?
About
12,
12
10,
years.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Since the beginning, pretty much.
That is good.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is good.
Yes.
yeah.
And so now, do you see a difference in? You're talking about law enforcement. Want to stay on that subject. Do you see we talk about community policing. Do you see a need for that to get back to that?
Yeah, definitely. I don't see as many police officers on the street like I used to, and then it's, I don't know if there's a shortage or what, but majority of the time I very seldom see a police car in the community.
Wow. And back then, did you all, you weren't on patrol, but did policemen know the community members, let's say, more so than, of course, now?
Well, I guess fortunately, well, for me especially, I think majority of the people, I don't know why, but a lot of people knew my name.
Oh, they did, huh?
Oh, yeah.
So you were were you on the beat during that time?
No,
or
I
how
was
did-
doing special investigation at the juvenile division. So,
Wow.
Do you have family who's in law enforcement now, and do they talk with you, or you have friends with whom you speak about?
well, I have a few relatives that's in law enforcement, but I don't keep in touch with them too often. They're I think, in the constable department. I did have some in the sheriff department, but they're retired.
Wow. So you were in law enforcement how long? How many years?
22 and a half years.
22 and a half.
Yeah,
Wow. That's quite a bit.
yeah.
Yeah,
It's quite a bit.
That's a long time. That's a long time, to be sure.
That's your phone, Mr. Freddie.
Well, you know what? We're going to take a quick
Yes.
break. We're going to take a break, and we're going to come back. And you're with Community Chat. You're
Yes,
with
we are.
Keith Downey this morning. You're with Keith
Stay
Downey.
tuned.
Yes, indeed. We'll be right back with you. We got Pamela in here this morning, and we got guests this morning. And as you've been listening, lots of things to talk about.
Houston Talking. Houston Talking.
I'm Paris Eley, inviting you to join us on the Morning Magazine from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on KCOH. The Morning Magazine, where we choose to keep news stories factual, commentary informative, and conversations productive. As you might guess, it's a work in progress. Tune in and see for yourself. You're invited to join us with your thoughtful analyses and considered opinions as well on topics meant to address community needs and solve our common problems. Join me on The Morning Magazine.
The Morning Magazine with Paris Eley. Weekday mornings, 8 to 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source. We entertain and inform. 1230 KCOH, The Source.
Yes, and Keith, we're back with you and your
no
guests.
doubt. No doubt. We are back to community chat. And if you want to call in, 713-668-1230. Again, 713-668-1230. And so we're here with our guest, Pamela Bonta, and Officer, I'm going to call him Officer still, Officer James Freddy. We have, who spent 22 and a half years with the Houston Police Department. So as we go forward, we were talking about the people in Manchester, but there's a lot of Manchesters around Houston, aren't there?
Well,
yeah, things happen.
Sure. The main road in the town of Manchester that is by the ship channel, that is in the heart of Houston, where the tire fire was a couple days ago. And just to reiterate, what's in the tires, it's called carbon black. It's a petroleum-based product. Also steel, various oils, chemicals. When ignited, heavy metals in the air, carbon monoxide. So this is bad stuff for you to be breathing, for your animals. And if I were you, I would go to a doctor. I would get assessed by your general practitioner. Have them listen to your lungs. Maybe do a blood test. Check what your heavy metal levels are. And then go back again in a few months and get retested for your heavy metal levels in your blood. And see if this did affect you. And always document. If you see something, document it. Say something. Call your precinct, commissioner. Always reach out. Pollution Control, Air Alliance, THEA. And let me give you THEA's number right now that you can get a hold of. Texas Health Environment Alliance. It's 281-315-5242. And they also have partnered with CHEJ, which is also an environmental entity. And so they will fight for you. That's what we do. We are the people that go in the middle of the night and look at who is polluting your area, because government agencies and other agencies usually don't work on the weekends or in the middle of the night. So if the fire marshal went out in the middle of the day, he may not, see the smoke that's coming out of a smelting plant like on 290. So ask your neighbors if they're coming home from work in the middle of the night and they see something, take a picture, document it.
You said something, and I want to stress that, and I'm glad you said it. Yes, get a blood test now. Go to your physician, but go back months from now and get retested. Because just because you go now and everything is fine, don't think that you shouldn't go back within 3 or 4 months. Correct?
Correct. And I think that people that are doing the polluting, they know that it's not going to be an immediate kill. It's going to be something that I call a slow kill. You slowly die. You might die in 10 or 20 years from the effects that you can get from your water, your soil, and your air. It's a slow death. And,
right.
And why do I know this? because I lived in a community where I saw a lot of this. Most of the people I lived around are now passed away, some of them even in their 30s. It's not just the elderly, it's young people and animals as well.
Wow. And you all were neighbors, right, Mr. Freddie? And,
yeah, he lived in the community, yes. And he still stays very involved with Texas Health Environment Alliance. I will pick him up sometimes and bring him to the meetings.
I've been to some of the meetings, you know.
Yeah. So he still is as active as ever at 95.
Yes, he is.
So.
Yes, he is.
I have a question here. Almost frequently in the morning, I'll get up and I'll see a traffic alert on my phone. And it's normally a big rig spill or that kind of thing, I guess. Well, they say hazmat, hazardous materials, so I don't really know what it is. But I'm seeing these things a lot more now. Are you aware of any neighborhoods that you or Keith, Pamela, have you aware of how are neighborhoods dealing with these spills? Are people having meetings about them when these trucks fall off the overpass onto the highway and into the community?
So when we do have our monthly meetings in Highlands, and I'll give you for instance, a big rig went off the I-10 right into the water a few years back and went into the pits. And of course, that gentleman had died in that truck because it went straight down to the bottom of the river there. But none of the men that were with the first responders were wearing any protective gear whatsoever, and they had shut the freeway down. And I was on the news, and quickly ran down the freeway when I saw the sheriff coming my way, Mr. Gonzalez. And I said to him, do you realize you're putting your first responders into a deadly body of water? That's the deadliest chemical known to man. And he said he didn't know that. He quickly pulled them out, but nonetheless, they did send them back in there. And that's a huge problem I have with first responders not being made aware of what they're going into so that they can look out for their health defects that are coming down the pike. Let their wives know, decontaminate yourself before you even go home. These are big things that need to be addressed. These people that are on the front lines need to be protected.
And I'm glad you pointed that out, because we can go all the way back to 9/11. Most of those, and I was there, most of those responders, they were asking anybody with a pickup truck, bobcat, low boy, come in. They called it the pile. Come and help remove this pile.
Yes.
Most people are now dead.
Yep. Yes, from lung cancer, I'm guessing.
Yes, mesothelioma.
Yep, from breathing that.
And they didn't know that they were doing, like you said, the firemen that were right there on television fighting the fire. Now, OSHA would have a field day with this, because I don't think they were properly, as you stated, properly protected.
They did not have any type of a mask, anything on. Yes.
And we're asked to run to these disasters without the right protective gear. And I love that you're pointing that out, because so many people, when we see something as human nature, we jump in, those who want to jump in and say, I want to help, I want to rescue, I want to do this, that, and the other.
Right.
But a lot of times you have to have the right gear on to do that.
And I'm going to tell you, as an environmental activist, I rarely see anybody going in from the EPA or any entity protected. I've seen them jump from a boat right into the river on one of the hot spots that they were getting for testing of the dioxin, and they send divers down there.
Right.
They were not protected properly. And when I asked the EPA when they came to town, why aren't you protecting your divers that are going in? He lied and said, oh, they are protected. But we have clips of them going in there clearly not wearing any protective gear whatsoever.
Is there an organization that protects these first responders when they're vulnerable like that? How hard is it for them to get medical treatment? You mentioned New York a few minutes ago. Somebody mentioned 911, right? And I know that after the photographers had left, that the country saw that New York was catching. I mean, they were slow in responding.
I mean, you
to
would hope
the
that
needs of some of these people, these first
that they
responders.
would take care of them at the expense of the city.
Sure.
Or the state, and that their family would somehow be compensated for the loss of their loved one.
And
for
that's
doing
been
that.
and that's been plausible deniability since 9/11. That's why they have a 9/11 fund.
Right, and one of the night talk show hosts fought for that Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart.
Yeah,
Yes.
he fought
Stewart.
real hard.
He fought-
I mean,
yes, he did.
tears
Yes, he
on
did.
the line fighting
Yes,
for those men. And
yes.
I think if he wouldn't have spoken up for them, nobody would have. So
Nobody
it
would
takes
have.
a hero, and I call him a hero for them. He was he advocated for all of them, and boy, did he make good sense and really put people on notice. And Thea is one that does that. So they do that across the whole nation now. And like me, for instance, I'll go investigate something in the middle of the night because I know nobody else is watching them in the middle of the night. So, or if, it has to be out of Harris County. I
Sure.
said to pollution control when they said to me, we can't track the creek any further than Harris County. I said, guess what? I can track that creek as far as I want to go because nobody's holding me back. And that's why I don't want to go to work for pollution control, because I can do whatever the heck I want and go wherever I want, and I'm not under constraints.
So I want to bring this up, what you're saying now. So I taught, I was trained in CERT training, Community Emergency Response Training. And they train us that if there's a car accident, that CERT trainer can respond before first responders and take down all the vital information, the person's name and age. But the thing is, if there's a real hazardous accident, you shouldn't be the one running to that. And let the people who specialize in emergency disasters
Yeah, and
respond.
a lot of times there's protocol. So
Yes.
people have to follow their protocol or they'll, get in a lot of trouble probably.
Definitely. So, go ahead.
Well, I did want to say this. A burned 18-wheeler, while we're talking,
Ah.
a burned 18-wheeler hauling produce blocks lanes on Southwest Freeway.
Wow.
Near Bel Air Boulevard.
Yeah, that's where the ambulance was going.
Yeah, okay. And I get these things in the mornings,
Sure,
of course, because
sure.
we do traffic news and weather and all of that, right?
So one thing I can touch on there, because my husband is a retired truck driver.
Okay.
And they're putting a lot of people that are not qualified in these trucks. And they're just sending them off. And that's a huge issue with these semis, that the people driving them are not qualified.
Wow.
Okay, yeah.
Definitely. Well, we are going to, before we finish and wrap up, Mr. Freddie, would you like to say anything to the listening audience before we go? Something I can stay on my mind the rest of the day.
Well, all I'll say is to help everyone who need help, and if someone help you, pass it on. Don't expect a reward for everything you do.
Uh-oh.
Do it because it's necessary. And
Wow.
someone needs to do it.
I love that. What about
Absolutely.
you, Ms. Bunter?
What I always like to say is, if you see something, say something. That's my favorite catchphrase, because if you see something that you feel is not right, whether it be contamination or anything, people not doing the right thing, say something. Don't remain silent.
And if you see Ms. Bunter in the middle of the night, she's investigating.
That's right.
Hey, thank you, both of you all, for being here as our guests on Community Chat. And we want to thank you, listeners. We appreciate you very much. This was fantastic, great information. And please, we look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you.
All right.
The Morning Magazine is the show that has Houston talking. Houston talking.
I'm Paris Eley, inviting you to join us on the Morning Magazine from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on KCOH. The Morning Magazine, where we choose to keep news stories factual, commentary informative, and conversations productive. As you might guess, it's a work in progress. Tune in and see for yourself. You're invited to join us with your thoughtful analyses and considered opinions as well on topics meant to address community needs and solve our common problems. Join me on The Morning Magazine.
The Morning Magazine with Paris Eley. Weekday mornings, 8 to 11 a.m. on 1230 KCOH, The Source. Informative, entertaining, inspiring. It's the Jackson Political Report, hosted by veteran political strategist Ron Jackson. Ron will discuss local, state, national, and international politics. The show features commentary, guest interviews, and audience dialogue. The Jackson Political Report, this Saturday morning, 10 to 11 on 1230 KCOH, The Source. Ralph Cooper has covered the legends of HBCUs since 1969. Coaches Eddie Robinson, Jake Gaither, Marino Cassim, John Merritt, Billy Nix, Alex Dorley, Clifford Paul, Dr. Rod Page. No broadcaster has covered HBCUs longer than Ralph Cooper, Houston's legendary sportscaster, on 1230 The Source.
Everybody's talking about the high price of eggs. Well, I don't know much about eggs, but I tell you this. If you want great chicken at a great price, how about Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside? Let's hear what his customers are saying. Michelle writes, Chicken Plus has some of the best fried chicken and best fried okra in the city. We stay about 45 minutes away, but the drive is definitely worth it. E. Max says, the chicken is seasoned so well and every bite has a special crunch. It's my go-to chicken spot when I want homemade fried chicken that's always good. Now that's what I'm talking about right there. Great fried chicken, okra, rice and gravy, desserts. You're going to find it all at Chicken Plus, 6210 North Wayside. You don't have time to make the drive? Hey, no problem, no problem. You can order Chicken Plus on DoorDash and Uber Eats. You better do what you got to do to get your hands on some of that great fried chicken, the best fried chicken in the city. Great chicken at great prices. That's Chicken Plus. See you there.
Forest Industries Irrigation is now Aquamatic Irrigation, and Michael Von Williams is still your point of contact. Michael has over 27 years experience in the irrigation industry and is licensed and insured, but he now has additional support. So if you have a lawn sprinkler system that is no longer operating properly or you're tired of lugging water hoses around, call Aquamatic Irrigation at 346-476-9065. If you don't have a lawn sprinkler system, give Aquamatic Irrigation a call to have your automatic lawn sprinkler system installed. Enjoy your lawn and improve your property value. In order to keep your lawn and landscaping in excellent condition, Aquamatic Irrigation also offers routine maintenance programs to check the system for leaks, proper controller settings, and sprinkler head alignment. Call Aquamatic Irrigation, your sprinkler company, 346-476-9065, or visit our website at www.aquamaticirrigation.net.
In life's most difficult moments, comfort matters. At Lord Edward Memorial, we believe every life is a blessing worth honoring with dignity and care. With a combined 60 years of experience, our compassionate staff walks beside your family with faith, respect, and understanding. Lord Edward Memorial, serving families with grace, compassion, and heartfelt care. Visit us at 6677 Rookin Street, Houston, 77074, or give us a phone call at 346-446-6675.
Say the things that are sure. I'm gonna keep on trying till I reach my highest ground.
And now, a message from the Future Frequency.
Young voters, Gen Z, and millennials. If you're ready to make your voice count, here's how you make it happen. First, register to vote. It only takes a few minutes. Just look up your local election office and follow the steps for your area. Next, verify your information. Confirm your name, your address, and your polling location so nothing slows you down. And don't wait for election day. Vote early. Pick your day, pick your time, and skip the lines. Make your plan to vote early and vote to be heard. The future is live right now, and you're the frequency.
Then we go be alright.
This message is powered by Diversity of Thought and proudly sponsored by 1230 KCOH, The Source. An amazing singer, songwriter, and producer. An amazing singer, songwriter, and producer.
Where will you go?
The one-time leader of the group Love Birds. The one-time leader of the group The Deal. From the Broadway musical The Wiz to Wonderful. From the group Rufus to Remarkable. One of the greatest ever.
What about me, babe?
One of the greatest ever.
Nobody knows it but me.
It's Joel Lovert.
Hold on to me. See, I'm a special kind.
And Stephanie Mills. Versus Babyface.
Every time I close my eyes, I thank the Lord that I've got you.
And Shaka Khan.
Through the fire, to the limit, to the
It's a classic showdown. Coming soon on 1230 KCOH. The Source.
We are The Source. Good morning, and thank you for being here with us this morning. Following Keith Downey, the community chat, and wonderful, wonderful guests always from, always wonderful guests from Keith, and we had the good fortune of having a lifelong police officer, 22 years on the force, Mr. James was his name, and James Freddie. Look, we want to take a look at some of the things that are going on around the world, throughout our state and across our nation. You know, preparations are underway for America's 250th birthday on July 4th, prompting a fresh look at the nation's past and its future. A new Gallup poll released this week found that 77% of Americans think the country's founders would be disappointed by the way the U.S. has turned out. 77% of Americans think that? Well, yeah, I guess so. On either side, though, I guess it'd be pretty much split, perhaps split as we are now, only maybe more so in a direction that one or the other side might not think. I personally think they would be far more conservative than what we have now. Some of the thinking would be that it has turned out far more conservative than they thought it would be at the time. CNN spoke with descendants of Jefferson, Franklin, and other founding fathers who have plenty to say about the state of the nation. And there is you can find those. You can find their comments online. It's 10 minutes after the hour here. Speaking of visions for the country, that brings me to last night's rendition of Talking Politics with Friends, hosted by Stevens Orozco. Yes, Stevens had his panel here, had his guest here last night, and you, the callers. and they had quite a conversation. The conversation centered around City Comptroller Chris Hollins and the investigation into the mayor's senior financial advisor. We've been talking about it, but here is a more in-depth look at the dynamics behind this investigation, how it has come to be, and we'll see if this story has any legs or if people are just going to observe it in a meh sort of way, or will it gain legs as the investigation unfolds. But here's a recap of what happened last night. I am about to play for you last night's show. We're going to play for you portions of last night's show, and bear in mind you won't be able to call in because you are hearing the actual broadcast itself. You won't be able to comment on the air with this. But this was last night's edition of Talking Politics with Friends. Talking Politics with Friends. And here is the broadcast from last night.
All right, peace, everybody, and welcome back. I am Steven Zorosco, and this is Talking Politics with Friends. Let me go ahead and put myself on the screen, on the camera. You know, I'm working this ship together. I'm doing this all at once. It is what I love to do, though. But it takes a little time. But, didn't mean to do that. But okay, here we go. So, I am Steven Zorosco. I am your host. This is Talking Politics with Friends. We are live on air on 1230 The Source, both on online radio as well as YouTube, streaming live. So, if you are here and you joined us, thank you for joining us. And actually, because it's a little different, and I'm about to explain to you why it's different, right? So, you know, you're used to seeing me here with my lovely co-hosts, Maria and Dr. Biko. But, you know, unfortunately, Dr. Biko is feeling ill. He wasn't able to come in. And Maria, she's actually on a trip. She's, you know, enjoying a little vacation time to start off her summer. So, you know, that was planned. We were ready for that. But of course, you know, whenever we feel sick, you know, it just throws in a little extra challenge. But, you know, we do have our guest here with us, which I am excited about. And I'm looking forward to having a conversation with. And that guest is the one and only Vernice McFarland. Vernice, how you doing?
You know, I'm doing great. I can't complain at all.
Yeah? No complaints?
No complaints. I mean, it is hot outside, but I won't complain about it.
It is hot. Let's go ahead and pull that mic closer to you.
Oh, for sure. For sure. How's that?
That's perfect.
All right. Perfect.
There you go. You gotta have to, yeah. There we go.
Okay.
All right. So it is hot outside. We did have quite a rainy 2 weeks, probably. You know, it's 2 weeks of rain. And, you know, now we are feeling the summertime heat. And, of course, that means we're going to have humidity. And, of course, in Houston and Texas, we're going to have just record heat maybe this year. Who knows? Because it's always like 110 as far as like how it feels outside. But I'm happy to have you here, and the sun is going down.
I'm excited to be here. I know I was supposed to be here, 2-3 weeks ago and had to reschedule, but I'm excited to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I always like to highlight and open up the conversation before we jump into the political stuff and the politics of everything by highlighting our guests. The mission statement of this show is to highlight everything that's going on here in Houston, locally, not just like what's going on in politics and what's going on with, like, you know, the news, but what's going on the ground with folks who are actually doing important work that, you know, often just doesn't get the shine that it needs to, and in hopes to like connect everybody with, each other, and then like grow it. And one of those practices for this mission statement is to highlight the work that folks are doing. And so I definitely want to highlight the work that you do, and I want for you to speak on the work that you do, and I believe is the Mahogany Project.
Yes.
So please tell us some more about that.
Yes. So I am the founder and executive director of the Mahogany Project, and I have been doing community advocacy work for over 20 years now. The Mahogany Project is a grassroots organization that is focused on creating safe social spaces for Houston's Black, trans, and queer community. And I want to preface and say I think that's extremely important. I know people are experiencing their own divisiveness within community around how they navigate LGBT people as a whole. But what people should know is this, that Texas is the transgender murder capital of the United States, and has been so for quite some time now. We see more deaths of trans people, and particularly Black trans people here in Texas than any other city, any other state, and this isn't by per capita.
Right.
And then most recently, we have had the murder of two individuals that I know for sure that took place this year. Others that may have taken place that we have not accounted for as of yet, that oftentimes happens. But I do want to point out within the last 12 weeks, there have been 12 murders of Black trans people. And that's not specifically here in Texas or Houston, but across the country.
Right. And that is unfortunately something that doesn't get as much attention, or from what I also seen, investigation.
Oh, certainly.
Like, it's just kind of like, oh, there's another person is dead, and like, it's almost like a case closed right away once they figure it out that is a trans person.
Yeah.
So do you have the names of the most recent ones in Houston?
I know the most recent people who have passed away in Houston were Persia and Jade. Both of those were Black trans women. Jade was found like months later, I believe. Her a bayou, and a couple young adults actually found her near that bayou. They were walking to the corner store.
Yeah. And and that also just makes me think about like the what was it, the past year or so, they've been finding bodies by the bayous.
Yeah.
Also, like, I don't know if there's like is a connection.
You better not talk about that. The mayor doesn't want people to talk about this, David. You tread in dangerous waters.
I mean, it's everybody's been seeing it, right? So we gotta talk about it. And it's funny thing that you bring up the mayor, because now we will be talking about the mayor in the most recent news that happened last week. So I want to catch people up first on what happened. Like last week, we didn't go on air because of the World Cup. And that's, to be specific, is because, NRG Stadium is right here. It's like literally just around the corner, and maybe like a 5-minute, not even, maybe like a 10-minute walk.
Oh, as old people say, it's a hop, skip, and a jump away.
Right, there you go. and so what happened is because this setup that we have, it's based on the network. That the internet, right? The being able to go on YouTube and everything, and because of the World Cup game and all the people that showed up, it just dragged the signal all the way down. So it was just like, oh, we can't go on air, so we had to not go on air last week. But we're back. But now we are faced with the challenge that we're missing our two co-hosts, and we were supposed to have Biko here with us and be able to have this conversation. So because of that, I am going to go ahead and let everybody know that you can actually call in at any time this episode. I'm going to be looking at the phone, and I'm just going to put it on the screen for everybody to see. Like, it's going to be right next to me, and I just want to make sure that everybody's aware that, you can call in. So make sure that, if you want to join the conversation as we start talking about some of the local stuff, the local news that's been going on that I want folks to be aware about. And then also just like, the importance of it, you can join that.
Bear in mind that you're listening to a pre-recorded program that was recorded last night for playback at this time. It's 19 minutes after the hour of 10 o'clock here where we are, and we're talking politics with friends, hosted by Stevens Orozco this morning's edition. This is a replay from last night's edition of the program.
That conversation, we can just chat about politics here, because this is talking politics with friends. So it's like, we want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to chime in, and then we'll talk about some of the impacts, because it was the primaries that happened last night in New York, and it's a big deal what happened over there. So we'll be getting into that. So before we continue to the conversation about what's going on in the news, do you have any events or important work that you want to highlight that you're currently, putting out there that folks could support?
I mean, we don't have anything major coming up, but I always take the opportunity just to plug the work of the Mahogany Project in general. And I would plug also that the Mahogany Project is moving, and we are collecting donations, so people can always head over to our website, themahoganyproject.org or tmphdx.org, and donate there. Also, we have some amazing partners that we work with who's having some events coming up, like Stardust Co. is having a Pride Brunch and Munch on 6/28. The Hoochies of Houston are having an event on July 10th. And the people over at the Anomaly are actually having an event on this Saturday called Black Like Us, and they're going to have Duran Bernard and some people there. I think you just have to test or something like that. So if you're looking for something to do, those are some events that are coming up. You can always check the Mahogany Project website under events to see all the amazing events that we have come up. Or while you're there, sign up for the newsletter. And that's an easy way to stay up to date of what we have coming up as far as event-wise. But I would say the Mahogany Project is supporting people who need things like over-the-counter birth control for free, or things like Plan B. They can also go to our website and request those items.
Okay, wonderful. I mean, that's important work, so I'm glad that you're able to highlight it and that we're able to share for everybody here to be able to support and be able to just stay connected with. And as far as the best way to follow y'all, do you prefer Instagram? What's the...
Instagram, definitely follow us on Instagram. People don't literally, I was filling out a grant today, and one of the questions was how many followers do you have? People don't understand follow goes a long way. People want to know that you have the ability to connect and pull people in. So a follow goes a long way. Definitely sign up for our newsletter. It's a great way to stay connected with us, and us to have a way to stay connected to you. So those are, I would say, our two preferred methods.
Okay, perfect. So now, as far as the news, let's jump into it, because I'm actually kind of excited about this, because I'm there's several factors here, and I don't know how up to date you are on what's going on and the dynamics involved when it comes to the Houston City Controller, Chris Hollins, and his ongoing, I would say, rivalry with Mayor Whitmire. And we'll dive into the details of how that has been building up. But the big news that happened last week that I was excited to talk about is the press conference that he held in response to a Houston Chronicle investigation that was printed out and published about a specific position that was created by Mayor Whitmire for it was senior financial advisor, right?
For the guy named Brown?
Yeah, Chris Brown, I think.
Yes, this is no relation.
No relation. I mean, all the Chris's Browns out there are not getting a good reputation. So if your last name is Brown and you're going to have a boy, don't name them Chris. You don't want to have that issue. But Chris Brown is the senior financial advisor to Mayor Whitmire, but that is a position that was created for him. It draws a salary of $174,000 a year.
Yep.
And the Houston Chronicle reported that it was able to, because this is public information and you work for the city, so therefore they were able to see how many times has Mr. Brown come into the office, right? Scanned his ID, logged in and all that. And in the past 2.5 years that this position has been available to him, that he's been working, he's only gone into the building, I think, 16 times.
Right.
2.5 years.
We definitely know it was less than 20.
Less than 20. and as far as his city assigned email, he's only used it 12 times.
Yep, I think they said 12 or 13 times.
And none of those correspondence involve any other city council or nothing. It was just he's just using it for other things, I guess. They didn't say what it was or who he was messaging. So Chris Hollins is the city controller. This is his job, right? His job is to look at discrepancies and see where or how the money is being used, taxpayer funds, our funds, your funds, and how the city is spending it. And this is a very timely event because we just had the city budget passed that was extremely unpopular with the people, I would say. And, you know, that's where Chris Holland's rivalry with Mayor Whitmire has really been like sparking, is because he has not been in any way subtle about how he does not, or at least when it was up for vote, how he does not support this bill, and that he just calls it straight trash. Use social media as a way to create content to inform people about the city budget and why it's trash, and just basically a thorn in Mayor Whitmire's side this whole time with that. And unfortunately, you know, we discussed this in our episode we were here. They did pass it, and it was like a 15-1 vote. And City Council member Edward Pollard was the only one that voted no. And, you know, this whole discussion about budgets is very important, especially in this time where we talk about our own personal budgets and how things are being used that is supposed to help us. We have now this Houston Chronicle story breaks out, and it raises a lot of questions about why does this gentleman have this position created for him and doesn't seem like he's really working like that. So what is he doing, right? So that's the investigation part that Chris Hollins now is going to be conducted, because the press conference was to announce that there's going to be a formal investigation into. And the main thing, this is what makes it so interesting, is that he said it in the press conference. It's like, during an investigation like this, I'm supposed to look into the details and start asking questions to the immediate supervisor. But because this position was created by the mayor
is the
direct immediate supervisor. So now the question comes up about like cooperation,
right?
And that's what he was laying down. Like, I expect me and the mayor to be able to work together throughout this investigation. So before we just speculate and all that, I want to get your impression about this, just what you are reading from all this, and just your impression.
So I have a lot of thoughts, and I think my thoughts stem prior to the election of the mayor, noting that Chris was actually running for mayor, and I don't think we have enough conversations around that.
Was he running for mayor?
Yes, so people don't know that, right? So let's talk about it.
I thought he was setting up to run for mayor next year.
Let's talk about it,
okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So originally, Chris was supposed to run for mayor. There was Chris Holland signs. I've been knowing Chris for quite some time now.
Okay.
There were Chris Holland signs all across the city. Chris for mayor, Chris Hollins for mayor. Then all of a sudden, there was this push for Sheila Jackson Lee to become mayor. So all of a sudden, all of the signs for Chris Hollins for mayor turned into Chris Hollins for comptroller signs. That's because Sheila Jackson Lee, who, if you're a Sheila Jackson Lee stan, continue to stand. However, I do believe prior to that, she knew that she had cancer. She was coming down from D.C. because it was probably easier for her to be here. She'd have been here closer to the medical center where she can get close, better treatment and things like that.
Right.
And I feel like it was this thing of her building her retirement plan, her ended career plan. So the next thing on her agenda was to be the mayor of Houston.
Right.
So because that, the Democratic Party of Houston, or Harris County Democrats end up pushing their weight behind her, and Chris end up running from mayor to the comptroller. So I don't think this is just a thing of, and yes, I do think Chris is doing his job, because
that's his job.
That's his job in any role that Chris has had prior to this. Chris has been very proficient in those roles, so we should expect nothing else, right? But I do think a level of this detailing or aha, I got you moment is because Chris was originally supposed to be the mayor. None of this takes away from what the mayor is doing and is doing is wrong. We also need to call to the attention that the mayor is also somebody who has a $60,000 budget for a podcast that they.
Oh right.
I mean, let's run the list down, right? This is also the person who suspended all construction around the city until the construction was done around their home, right?
Right.
So what do we expect from a person who has done these type of things, right? This is a person who tried to remove a rainbow sidewalk at 2 o'clock in the morning so he wouldn't have to deal with protesters.
Did he volunteer to do that?
Within a matter of a week.
Yeah, it was like because like I remember it was like straight from Abbott, right? That first happened. So they were like battling that, and I mean, we don't know if Abbott told him to do it or he just said, like, you know what, I'm going to just get this done at 2 a.m. So, like, just...
I think it was a plan of your own of doing it at 2 a.m. so you wouldn't have to deal with the public, right?
Right.
I have my own thoughts about that sidewalk because what people don't know is that sidewalk was actually donated by part of a community and an organization, and the sidewalk had nothing to do with queer people.
Right.
It was because a biker was hit and killed in the intersection.
Right.
That's why the rainbow sidewalk was actually put there. But outside of that, this is also a person who, when the governor told them what they was going to script $100 million in funds away from the city, that they immediately turned belly up, and there were all of these things that we could have done, right, to appeal this or to prevent this from happening. He was just like, nope, we're going to do what the governor is saying. I don't understand why people expect greatness from this man.
I mean, I could see that because, like, also Chris Hollins in his, what do you call it, rhetoric that's been building up against the mayor when they were discussing budget at the city hall and all that. He put several clips up about it, and he is saying, like, hey, we've actually been running into a deficit the last 2 years. How long has Mayor Whitmire been mayor? 2 years. So it's like a very specific A to B connection that since you've been in office, you've just been running the budget down to a deficit. Mismanaging funds could be now something that people are like considering, like, what's going on? You're just not good with budget stuff. Maybe you shouldn't be mayor again, because like it seems like this budget's giving you fits, because we were fine-ish before. Now we're 2 years in a deficit. And I think this is the right climate for somebody like Chris Hollins to like push Mayor Whitmire into the spotlight for folks to see, like, because right now the appetite for get every type of corrupt behavior out of office is like really at the highest that's ever been. People are having difficulty affording their utilities, their bills, their groceries. The rise of everything's going up, and so the economic populism movement is growing. And you see it from the White House to, like, the state side, and then here's Chris Hollins saying, like, here it is right here in Houston as well. Right. So while we're considering all these issues about finances, let's make sure that we know that the mayor right now is failing us. So this is an interesting rivalry. I gotta be honest with you.
It is very interesting, and I think one of the things that Chris noted was that he hasn't talked to the mayor outside of any of the meetings in the last 2 years. So when we talk about what does cooperation look like, that plays a lot in my mind, right? Because if I only spend this X amount of time with you in this certain kind of way, I can possibly see him being cooperative, but also it's like, who are you? Right. I also want to note that when Sylvester Turner was mayor, people were very critical of Sylvester Turner's spending and things like that. And I think that when we look at Black people in leadership, people are very critical about how they handle the dollar, how they handle people emotionalism and things like that. But when it comes to non-Black people, people who are white presenting or are actually white, they have the ability to navigate those same spaces in a very different way, right? Right. He's able to, because I do want to be, I want to play fair. One of the things that people noted about Sylvester Turner is that he created this position at Intercontinental for somebody within his cabinet, right? And people were very, and I think that was only $50,000 or $60,000 or something like that. And people were very, very critical of that, as they should have been.
And there was rumors about like who this person was, and like why would they get this? Because like the gentleman Chris Brown in question actually is the former city controller. Under Turner. So it's like, he is fully aware of the budget and how things work, the ins and outs. And so for the new mayor to come in and be like, hey, you used to be the controller, even though you didn't win the election, I'm going to make you the financial advisor on my administration. You report directly to me, and we're going to be the ones to decide what happens with the budget. Bypassing the current controller, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, I don't need to listen to this controller. I'm going to listen to this controller, this advisor. That's messy.
And it goes back into my thing of like Black people who are in these leadership roles not being able to navigate them in the ways that we have elected them to, right? Because we've elected Chris, but here's the mayor saying, I don't care what the people say. I'm going to have somebody who work directly. Well, should we be using the word work if they not showing up to work?
I mean, the position that he's been assigned to, is he doing the work that we are supposed? There's going to be basically the two things, the two sides. what the work is that the mayor is going to tell us that he does, and then the work that he does that the mayor told him to do.
Right.
You know what I mean? We're probably going to hear a different one than what he and Mr. Brown agreed to, because like otherwise, for somebody who has discernment and intuition, you're looking at this like, oh, look at the budget. It's terrible. This is supposed to be your financial advisor that helps you with this budget, and we're running a deficit since you've been in office, and you got a city controller that you don't want to work with, and this guy is a former city controller, so he knows about all the ins and outs and where all the money comes in and out.
And the ethical practices that we should be practicing, you're responsible for, right?
Right.
And if this person is supposed to be basically your right-hand person or in your ear about the spending, why aren't they advising you how you're spending the money on your podcast?
Right.
Why, spending to have infrastructure built around your home, or the police officers that sit in front of your house 24 hours a day, right? Why aren't they advising you on those things and what that does to the budget?
What's he worried about? Why you got police officers saying?
You got to have that conversation with him, baby.
And and for me, let's go ahead and start tying it up to and connecting it to what's going on in New York, because I feel like as New York goes, the country is going to start like reflecting and mirroring, because it's already starting to happen. You have Mandani, who won the mayor, the election, and got the budget balanced.
Correct.
In like a matter of 5 months. Now he's starting to invest back into libraries and all these other spaces, right? Great work that he's doing. And then you have the primaries for the Democrats last night in New York. And every single candidate that he endorsed, who are also Democratic Socialists of America endorsed candidates, just like he was, and he is a Democratic Socialist, they all swept. And most of them pretty much blew out the incumbents. This is not something that's happened before. Like, this is an actual, and what they're referring to is like the Tea Party version of the Democrats. Back when Obama, was president, that first midterms, that the Republicans just started to go more far right on the Tea Party side, and they started taking out all of the establishment Republicans that they had in there. This is starting to now be something that's happening with the Democrats. And also, you have the primary of the D.C. mayor's position, a Democratic Socialist one. I forgot her name, but, and so you're seeing this starting to happen on the East Coast, and you're starting to like basically now see how people are hungry for a more of a democratic socialism platform, because it's focusing the most on populism on the economic side and making sure that people have, advocacy and also actual healthcare services and education and all these other things that we could discuss on a different point. But what I'm saying now is, because we've had this conversation here in the episodes that we've had in the past already, that Houston is prime to have some type of Democratic Socialist candidate come in and be like, I want to be your person. The voting power is here. The ability to stave off or just push out any Republican intrusion is here. Like, the voting power can definitely keep Houston blue and Harris County blue, because you just had Abbott, George R. Brown Center for the convention, saying, I'm going to invest, I think he said $250 million?
Yep.
To flip Harris County red. So, like, the intention is clear. They want to flip this county and this city red. And now we have an opportunity to see how this starts shaping up with this election, but like in November. But next year, when it comes for the mayor, we see Chris Hollins announced that he's going to run for mayor.
I can see it.
We have an opportunity to see if we have our own Mandani. I don't know if he's a Democratic Socialist, but I could see how the budget talk can at least spark and tap into the energy of economic populism and make people be like, well, yeah, let's go with this guy. Because the other thing that's starting to see very common with these candidates that are winning in other spaces, they're young.
Right. Agreed.
They're in their 30s, maybe some of them in their 40s. And, Chris Hollins is a young guy. And I'll be honest with you, he's tall, he's handsome, You know, when it comes to politics,
he's educated.
He's educated.
He has a beautiful family.
He has a beautiful family. You know, he gives a little Obama-esque energy.
He does.
You know, like the way he stands there, and also you can kind of see he knows his stuff.
Didn't he go to Harvard?
I don't know.
I think he went to Harvard.
I don't know. Well, you know, we will have to find out and do a deep dive and learn more about Chris Hollins. But like, I'm excited about the possibilities because like, if you start to see this happen in New York and then also like in LA and California, where you have more democratic socialism become like the movement to rid of democratic establishment incumbents, then that's going to reverberate in the policies that we see here. But because now we're focused on local stuff, like, all right, so there's the mayor's position, and that's next year. But this year, the big one to make sure that it's protected is the Harris County judge.
Right.
And Leticia Plummer is you know, ready to take that seat in November, because we would expect Harris County to stay blue.
Right.
But we don't know what was going on with all the tactics that, you know, Republicans are going to try to use over here. But I feel like people don't understand, not because they're not capable. It's just it's that big picture, right? They haven't taken a step back to really see what Houston represents, Harris County represents as a whole for the South.
I agree with you.
Not just Texas, but for the South, right? Where you have New York as like the East Coast, you know, diamond over there on that side. You got LA as the West Coast diamond over there, but we got the Gulf Coast, and Houston sits right here, oil capital of the world, right?
NASA's
here, and then you have the fact that we're like the fourth largest city in the country,
and we have a pretty large port too.
A pretty large port. So this is a very important moment for us to realize that the big picture is you have the potential to have a black woman who's also Muslim become the Harris County judge. You have already Christian Menifee heading, you know, in Congress, and he's gonna win his re-election on this term that he's gonna be able to actually have a full term.
Correct.
Who else is who I'm excited about? Oh, he didn't win, but I hope he runs again. Jordan Thomas.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, Jordan Thomas. He was focused on like mass transportations, infrastructure stuff, which is important. Like people like say all the time, like it's tough to get around Houston without a car and all these things. And like he's somebody who was in city planning, so he knows and understands this stuff. So it's like, for me, he's also another young guy.
What about Stacey Childs, who was the former? She was a part of the school board, and I think she's running in Alma Allen, because you know Alma Allen is retiring. She's running for that position, I think. And she used to go to Texas Southern University. She was a lawyer.
What position is that?
I actually do not know what Alma Allen position is, but I do know that she's running for Alma Allen's position.
Okay, because where I'm getting at is that, like, you know, we have an opportunity to see Houston do a 1-2 punch this year, next year in the elections, where, you know, with the Harris County judge position going to Leticia Plummer, and then you have next year with possibly, you could say, Chris Hollins, who runs for mayor and has a successful run, knocks off Whitmire, and becomes a young mayor that now, when people say, oh, you're a young mayor of a major city, well, how much of a mandamni are you? Are you going to, because your budget, so you're looking at the budget all the time, so like, how are you going to be able to put things in people's hands to make sure that they're able to like have the resources, the food, the bills, the affordability, all of that?
So I think we are, while we're talking about Chris in a way, or like around like the budgets and things like that, I want to say I know Chris' record from a totally different view. My first like view of Chris is like running as the Harris County clerk doing, or not running as, but being the Harris County clerk doing COVID, right? And having to navigate how we would navigate elections doing COVID, running things like 24-hour.
Yeah, it was like record setting.
Yeah, which is one of the things that Greg Abbott later, like, you know, revised laws and things.
And that's one thing I'll say, like, if you are making Greg Abbott, a Republican extremist, have to change things around because what you're doing is too effective, you're already on the winning side.
I agree. And that's what I'm saying. For me, it's not about how Chris is handling the budgets now, his thoughts around the budget as the comptroller. It's how Chris has been like moving from a very innovative lens in politics from the beginning, and which is why our center right now is in Jordan Edwards district, and while we haven't had any interaction with him on to date, I am a big fan of his work because I like how he, as a young political agent, how he is engaged with community, how his plans are actively working, and he can produce you case studies on how his work is actually impacting the people in his district.
Right. I mean, because at the end of the day, like, once you know data and information and know how to disseminate and like be able to communicate that to people, like, it is an incredible thing to watch and see how somebody who knows their stuff and can communicate it and also make it so you have confidence that they know how to do their job. It's a game changer.
Right, because you have confidence in them. You can see they have a solid foundation to stand on. And because of that, it provides you the confidence to be like, oh, I can believe in this person. I can work with this person. I can see this person in leadership.
Absolutely. And so I'm excited to see that become more and more of the possibility here for Houston, because I also know that when it comes to politics right now in this era, how people have been feeling and what they want, the biggest thing that they want is they want to see fighters.
Correct.
But not just like, oh, you're going to be like, Marjorie Taylor Greene and just throw insults and be like, all that. No, like a fighter where it's like, all right, you could say the things that are sharp, but you could show how your work is sharper.
Agree. I want a fighter, but I want a fighter with a plan. I want a fighter with strategy. I want a fighter who can produce me relevant evidence to be like, this is what matters. This is what's happening in community. This is what works. I do want to note something that we brought up about Letitia Plummer and her election, right? One of the things prior to this has been Harris County Commissioner Court has been 4-1 Republican, right? So it's been 4 Democrats and 1 Republican. And so that has allowed Commissioner Court to do a lot of prominent things in community. And so I do not just want to pass by just the election of Letitia Plummer. I also want to note why the election of Letitia Plummer is increasingly important, because we have had a Commissioner Court that has been 4-1 for what? I don't even know.
Since 2018, basically.
Yeah, and so they have been able to do things in a way that has really moved community and Houston and Harris County forward. However, I do have not a concern for Vernus. I think I have a larger concern that may come up with her election, and that is with the things that have happened with Linda Hidalgo. Letitia Plummer being another
another woman,
could be a penalty to her election, and that has nothing to do with her.
And I will be even more concerned for Letitia Plummer because she has like the triple whammy that is going to be like all of Texas Republicans, especially the ones that live in Houston and Harris County, are going to have an aneurysm and go even harder at Letitia Plummer because she is a woman who is black, who is Muslim. And for Lina Hidalgo, who was a woman who was an immigrant and, got her citizenship later on, naturalized and all that, it was already vicious as it was.
Well, yeah.
It's super vicious. And I feel for Lina Hidalgo because I feel like she really fought and continues to fight and push back and been vulnerable and been honest about the effects it's had on her mental health.
Agreed.
Right? She's been like, hey, I have to step back, right? Because yes, you could say and sit there and watch and like, what do you call that, armchair quarterback and be like, well, we need somebody who can handle the pressure. All right, so you're admitting that wouldn't have been you. You're admitting that wouldn't have been you because otherwise you would have ran for office yourself and handled all that and do all that. But also, just because that's the reality of the business of politics doesn't mean that that's the way it should be. And the fact that we actually had somebody, or still have somebody, who broke barriers and records when it comes to just being Harris County judge.
Correct.
Because that was our Harris County judge through COVID.
And other people looked at how other cities, other states looked at how she handled COVID, and they used those protocols,
right?
Which is a huge reason why people did not like her,
right? And so they came at her from every angle that they could. When we had that fake Democrat Kim Og as district attorney going after Lina Hidalgo. Legally and going after anybody in her team for, I forgot what the lawsuit was and everything, or the charges. They threw everything at her, because believe me, if they really had something that they could have like removed her, they would have done that a long time ago.
Most definitely, which has been like the goal for years to get her removed from that seat. And I also want to know, she deserves so much grace as a person who's like telling you, I'm doing such hard work. And we also need to look at the times in which she's doing this work. Like she's doing very powerful work within the time, within like the resources that she have available. But also, I'm being vulnerable, telling you about my mental health and how my mental health is like extremely bad right now, and why I need to step away. In a state that ranks like within the bottom 3 for mental health,
right? And I mean, and we're talking about she's doing this during the rise of, I'm claiming it as what we call that, the last cry of the white supremacy, the last little, we're going to try to do, you know what I mean? They are desperate, and she received the worst of it, right?
I agree.
And to be able to like do that with the vulnerability and the grace of just saying like, hey, this is where I'm at right now, and this is what I'm going through, I need a break, then I'm gonna come back. She still won re-election when she had to, go again, and then she's stepping down, I'm saying gracefully, because like, hey, I did my job, I'm stepping away, I did what I could, I did the best, and she did a great job.
I agree.
I feel like she did. And like, we're talking about like history, like we have to like, we're gonna have to look back at this and write about it. And like, Lina Hidalgo was the Harris County judge, youngest Harris County judge, for 2 terms, got a lot done through COVID, and got to step down and say like, I'm done here, and like pass the chair over to Letitia Plummer. And I feel like at that point, part of like the mission statement of all this is like, we have to, be engaged to support the people who are going to be fighting for us, because I believe that Letitia Plummer wants to fight for us.
I knew 2 things. I knew Linda Hidalgo was a real one when I was in the barbershop, and the men in the barbershop was talking about how much they loved her, and like hate that she's stepping down, and like, these aren't the kind of guys that are like, I hear and listen to the kind of stuff that goes on in the barbershop. I kind of shrink and ick when I go in the barber. I can't wait to get out. Right. So to hear this coming out of their mouth was like, oh, like, y'all know, like, y'all know who Linda Hidalgo, this how y'all feel about her work. Like, that was like very like eye-opening. And when I read 170 Days, where Kamala Harris talks about her run for presidency, Linda Hidalgo was one of the people that she really wanted to talk to as she built out her campaign. She named Linda Hidalgo, Sheila Jackson Lee, Jasmine Crockett as like people who was instrumental in those starting processes of her running for this momental like position of the country, right? Absolutely. And so if this woman in the state of Texas, in Harris County, has this much impact on this woman who's running for the largest office in the country,
I mean, what more props do you want to like receive in that type of compliment, right? That acknowledgement. Because I also wonder, for those people who don't know, like, Lina Hidalgo started out as an activist. She was an activist, and I met her as an activist early on when I started out. Like, we were in the same spaces, we were at the same rallies, and like we had like passed each other a few times, talked, and like all that. And once like she ran for office, and I saw, oh, Lina's running, like, great. And then I got to vote for her, and then next thing you know, like, oh, she won, like, and it was momentous because that's the same election where the 18 benches of judges,
the black women all won,
all the black women won. And I know that's when Greg Abbott had the biggest fit, because like it was like a 1-2 punch. 2016, like all the Republicans got taken out of Houston and Harris County from major offices, right? 2018, Nina Hidalgo takes the most important position of the entire space, even more than the mayor, I would say, because Harris County, what's the people didn't realize the commissioners court? What's their function? They handle the money, the budget. That's all these politicians care about.
To go to them for stuff that they need. They're supposed to go to the comptroller. It's
right.
Like
exactly.
They're there for checks and balances.
Exactly. So when Nina Hidalgo wins this chair, she didn't just win it from another Democrat. It was the incumbent was a Republican. I forgot his name. Who cares, right?
Right.
Because he's a footnote into her story that now is like record breaking and important to like know that, you know, why is it at this point in stage in U.S. history and Texas history in the South for a woman like her to win and then have this opportunity to pass it on. You know, Greg Abbott is targeting Harris County specifically because of that. And I always feel like Houston doesn't get as much shine and attention around the country when it comes to what's going on politically, because it's like if you talk about Houston too loudly and what's going on here, it may inspire other southern cities to be like, oh, we could really turn up like that in the South? Like, yes, you can. And we should.
So I have a thought around it, or I would like to like pick your brain on this. Could it be that historically Harris County has been blue, and because Harris County has been blue, that people go, what is the big deal? Because when people often ask me about it, it is referred to of the fact that we live inside of this blue bubble. And so because we live inside of this blue bubble, then everything must be great. We don't have these larger issues that the broader Texas have because we live within this blue bubble. Minding you, Texas has been Republican for what, almost 30 years now?
I would say, and my criticisms that I had about Houston when it comes to the politicians is that it was really more of a appearance than reality. Like the way that people say rhino and dinos, like Republican in name only, Democrat in name only. Like, first of all, when it comes to the mayor of Houston, that position, that's a nonpartisan race. Like, you don't have to have one Republican and one Democrat. You can run and you don't have to state your party affiliation, right? I think they should change that. I think it should be one Republican, one Democrat, do it in the primaries, and let's see what's going on. Because, like, that blending of, like, ideologies, political ideologies, I think it makes it so people don't realize what's going on. Because my criticisms of like people in the past, like Sheila Jackson Lee, especially Sylvester Turner, is like y'all cooperate and work with Republicans in Texas too much.
Agree.
Like y'all rub shoulders too much. To the point that I remember seeing those pictures of Mayor Turner sitting next to like Governor Abbott, just laughing and cackling and all that. When meanwhile Trump just got into office and he's starting to like put Muslim bans and like, you know, what was the other thing? We're gonna target sanctuary cities and all that. Like, you should be pushing back against Trump. And back then, 10 years ago, they didn't even say the name Trump. They didn't want to say Trump. It was like, it's two separate things. Let's pretend that's not going on and let's just focus on Houston. But like by now we realize Greg Abbott is Trump's guy. So you over there,
and they're very vocal about it.
Very vocal about it, and you over there cackling with Trump's guy when all this stuff is starting to happen, all this targeting is starting to happen, right? And so for me, like, my thing about Texas and Houston, Harris County always being blue as a blue bubble, it was like a fake blue bubble, because it will be blue for the appearance of it, but then like the way that they cooperate or collaborate with, you know, just the other side of the aisle, it just seemed like it was politics as usual, and it's Texas is Republican, so therefore Texas is going to set the tone for Houston more than Houston set the tone for Texas.
Agreed.
That's how I got it.
And I think that's what you named is what I think we're navigating right now. And why I say that is basically we have a mayor that has been caught rubbing elbows repeatedly with Republicans, taking money from Republicans, showing up at Republican fundraisers.
Yeah, because that's the thing. He was at what was his the guy with the iPad?
Vance.
No, not Vance. Crawford, the guy with the eye patch, the Republican. I can't remember his name right now, but he also just lost his primary to a more extreme Republican. But like, Whitmire got voted off the Democratic Party.
Right. He can no longer run as a Democrat
in
Harris County.
In Harris County, yeah. Crenshaw, Dan Crenshaw, that's the guy. He was at his fundraiser, and it's like, why are you over there? Like, what's going on? Why are you even like in this capacity with this gentleman? And it's because that's why I would say, like, yeah, really just Republicans. Yeah, really just Republicans. So like, I think that is an interesting conversation to include with what's going on nationally, and especially in New York, where it's like Democrats are being pushed out for Democratic Socialists. And part of that dynamic is the fact that y'all really not fighting these Republicans. So how does it look like here in Houston and Harris County, where it is a Republican state? Well, you have to put up a fight. And so Democratic Socialists will put up that fight and knock out the Democratic incumbent, and then be ready to fight the Republicans that need to be fought. So I feel like that's like the dynamic that I'm seeing shape up, that I'm hopeful for, and that I'm hoping that people are paying attention to, so that way, you know, when those fights get to its most intense, like, we're all ready to support.
I agree. And I think we are living in very crucial times. I think it's very important to know, like, people like Jasmine Crockett, I think she won her original campaign by 1 vote. And when you talk about Linda Hidalgo, I think it's important, like, oftentimes we see these people who run these very small campaigns and they don't win, right? Linda Hidalgo is an example to those individuals and the people out there to continue to run, to continue to fight for community. If this individual can move from local community, from grassroots advocacy into policy, in becoming one of the, like you said, I think her role was more instrumental than, like, the mayor, even going back to that piece about COVID, right? She got to set the standards for COVID protocols here. She got to decide when it's a lockdown. She got to decide what those things look like. Not the mayor. The mayor couldn't tell us, hey, it was her.
Right. And, you know, I want to add, because I have a comment here in our YouTube page. It said that Lina Hidalgo was a benefactor of straight ticket voting for the first time, like for when she won. And after that, they changed the rules. I couldn't see the rest of but yes, she did benefit from straight ticket voting, but like also because Harris County and Houston was becoming more and more active with the voting turnout, well, they were not voting for the Republicans, so whoever the Democrat was going to win. So she was a Democrat. Now the fact that she won the primary was the big surprise. Like, there's no straight ticket vote. It's a Democratic primary. So people looked at the options and saw Lina Hidalgo and said, hey, we want her to represent the Democratic Party. And I remember, because that position of the Harris County judge was held for so long by this Republican, that they used to look at it as like, and they were looking at it during that race, well, it doesn't matter because the Democrats are going to lose against the Republican. That's the incumbent for I don't know how many years. You know, Harris County judge has not been a Democrat in a long time. So they didn't look at her as an actual viable winner. And when she won, I remember seeing Sheila Jackson Lee show up to the victory party. She was not smiling.
I believe it.
She was not smiling because nobody thought Lina Hidalgo was going to win.
I just want to chime in on that comment, right? Whether she won on straight down ballot voting or not is besides the point, right? The point, the voting process is set up where essentially you send your strongest gladiator, we send our strongest gladiator, and make the best person win. It's not our fault that whomever didn't have a strong gladiator on that day to send to represent them.
Right. Exactly. And if your gladiator wasn't stronger than mine, then like that's how democracy goes.
That's
right?
how it works.
So like let's just go ahead and accept that as a fact. Because like I think after that straight ticket voting in 2018, Greg Abbott just went ahead and like got rid of straight ticket voting.
And then she won her election after that.
And then she won again.
So why is that even a fact?
This is no longer a fact. I just want to tell people, listen, if you're enjoying this conversation, please call. The lines are open now. You see it on the screen, 713-668-1230, the source. Me and Vernon could do this for the full episode, but if you want to chime in, I will put you on air. If you disagree or agree, we could talk about it, because that's the whole point of this, is to have our conversations be able to at least get us to the point where we agree with the fact that this engagement that we're starting to really see from people as far as just politics needs to continue to grow, especially here in Houston. So please, 713-668-1230, you are welcome to call and join in, and we'll put you on live and we'll discuss. So, going back to the issues with just the budget and everything, we're looking at a huge turnout this year with the voting, because like the biggest motivator for voter turnout is, unfortunately, is hatred. And also just like, justice, but like people really hate Trump.
Correct.
And that has spilled over towards Republicans. And I feel like that right there is something that might sustain itself for the next like 10 years, because the trust in Republicans has been lost. Oh, we got a call. Let me see what's going on over here. All right. We're just going to put you straight through.
All right, we are the source. This is a repeat of last night's program, Talking Politics with Friends. It's hosted by Stevens Orozco, and last night his guest was Vernice McFarland, who is with the Mahogany Project, and we're going to see if we can get you
now getting back on track, on schedule here, and able to listen to you, enjoying the show and your guests.
Yes.
And Lena Hidalgo is talking about, I totally agree with you about Harris County, Houston being a blue bubble in a red state. And I don't know, and I'm feeling that because I remember, was young, but remember when Ann Richards was governor.
Okay.
Right?
I don't.
I'm sorry?
I don't.
You don't?
I was extremely young.
Yeah.
So you are educated. You're educating us on this.
I was too, but I do.
All right, I'm gonna. That's Lydia Flanagan, and we are going to move on because we want you to go online. You go online, and we can hear this. We got a few callers on here now, but it was an interesting conversation last night. And if you want to hear more, you can hear Lydia's presentation and the exchange that happened between Vernice McFarland and, of course, the host, Stevens Orozco. You'll be able to hear that. And it was an informative and a banter-filled hour, but it was conversation filled with meaning and insight. So we wanted to tell you that this morning. It's 6 minutes after the hour. I am Paris. The show is called Talking Politics with Friends, hosted by Stevens Orozco. You will be able to pick it up on YouTube. Go to 1230 right now. You can go to 1230 YouTube, and you'll be able to pick up on it. We're going to ask the callers to hold for just a minute here as we make an adjustment. Hello, caller. Hello. You're on.
Hello, Paris?
Yes, ma'am. What's good with you? What's Gucci?
Life, baby, life. Oh, I just heard the young man say call in. I want to let him know that I love intelligent brothers. And for you to get my attention, you are outstanding. And so I'm going to hang up and let somebody get in. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you so much. That's a replay, but I want you guys to go to 1230 YouTube and put in your comments as well. So be sure you get with us on that. We want you to do that. Hello, caller, you're on.
Well, good morning, Paris. How you doing this morning? You doing
good?
All right
Good. I'm here. We're live now. So what's good? Tell me about it.
I knew I can count on the morning magazine if I, take my medication and go to sleep early and miss that show. And I heard what the young lady just stated. Oh, them brothers was good, but I tell you, he caught my eye when you played what he said. He said that when Lena Hidalgo had was elected or whatever, he showed up at one of her events, and he said that Sheila Jackson Lee been small and didn't say anything. I just don't like the way we do each other like that because she's gone now, and you just don't. I hearsay it just don't. I just don't like it unless he can. It's a tape played or something I heard it. You know what I'm saying? So I just he called my own young Miss Patty. So he called my own. He said that. I don't think Sheila Jackson. Why would you say that? I don't know why.
Well, I think it was. It was an observation. It was an observation. You are right, but you can hear the full thing. I pulled it. I pulled it down. But I got a question for you this morning on something that just came across. You may want to comment on it. You might want to think about it and call back. But I got to tell you that have you seen this yet? Supreme Court lets Trump end deportation protections for Syrians and Haitians. The U.S. Supreme Court cleared the way yesterday for President Donald Trump's administration to strip hundreds of thousands of Haitian and Syrian immigrants of humanitarian status that protects them from deportation, giving another boost to his hardline approach toward immigration. In a 6-3 ruling powered by its conservative justices, overturned decisions by federal judges in New York and Washington, D.C. that had halted the administration's actions, terminating temporary protected status, or TPS, for more than 350,000 people from Haiti and 6,100 from Syria. So your thoughts?
So that means he just turned around and the Supreme Court overturned his decision?
No. His decision stands. The Supreme Court overturned the decision that barred him because two of the appeals courts had barred him from doing that. But now they're saying
that's a loss for him.
No, that's a win for him because he's taking his hard line.
It's a win for him.
In other words, the Syrians and the Haitians can be deported now. At 6-3 decision.
Right, so.
Yeah. 6-3 decision.
So when you say the number, when you say that 6-3, then we see where the country is going. It's divided. The Supreme Court get the rulings that what this 34 convicted felon has been doing, y'all.
I would say not divided. I'd say now it's conservative. They're gonna. I mean, this is lifelong appointments, right? They're gonna be there for a while. None of us can see the future, but this is what we're gonna live with. You know what look, all of the things that you heard the conservatives saying today are what the liberals used to say when I was coming up. It started back in the 50s with the Burger Court and the Warren Court. The Burger was essentially, as I recall, I was too young to really keep up with these things, but I knew the names. And Justice Warren Burger was conservative, but he presided over that 1954 Brown decision, I believe. And after Burger went off as the Supreme Court justice, Earl Warren came in, and Earl Warren presided over a decidedly, markedly liberal Supreme Court. That's the area you and I grew up in. That's the era we grew up in, where people had decided that the Supreme Court was just too liberal. That's how we got Rehnquist. That's how we got who did Nixon appoint? He had quite a few in there. He had Sandra Day O'Connor, but some thought she was too moderate. But that was the beginning of the conservative shift in my era when you and I saw Justice. You remember Rehnquist, don't you? When he was the lone conservative. Remember this guy? I forgot, youngster. I forgot, youngster. You're a youngster, but
no, that's okay. But I got into politics a little late.
Yeah.
But I'm in it now. I remember the name.
Well, Rehnquist was the only one, and then they slowly began to come. They got Republican judges who nominated other judges. We got Clarence Thomas who came in there, and Sandra Day O'Connor, like I said, she was a Republican, but she was kind of moderate. And then you had them falling in succession. You got Alito, you got Scalia, and these past, I'm going to say 5 elections or so were always about the closeness of the Supreme Court. It's like, oh, you can't let them get one more. You can't get one more. Well, now we see how the dominoes fell, and that's why it becomes important. Who becomes the president is important to what kind of justice system we have, what kind of legal system.
That is correct.
Right?
That is correct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, because they always tell us that every time, when it's a president is running, he gets a chance to appoint a United States Supreme Court justice.
Yeah.
So the people get out there, and we voted, and we put record numbers for Barack Obama that came in there, voted, but them people still had a shot. I don't know, a shotgun sitting on the side.
They outvoted us. They outvoted us. They outvoted.
Yeah, they outvoted us. But what happened was, remember when Barack Obama, we got him in there, and he was appointed Supreme Court justice. And when the other one passed away within a year, the Republicans said, "But he still don't get a chance."
That's right.
We ain't gonna let him feel that seat.
Merrick Garland, wasn't it? Merrick Garland?
No, Scalia. I think it was. Was it Scalia that
no.
Clarence Thomas buddy?
Yeah, well.
Passed away and they went,
you're talking about Scalia. Mm-hmm.
He the one. Yeah, he died. He passed away at the room. I don't know what he was doing in the room. I ain't gonna say what he was doing. I ain't gonna speculate what he was doing. Because I know them Epstein files. I'm gonna shut up on that.
Well, I know Scalia died, and then Alito died, and then we saw Kavanaugh come on board, and we saw. I think Kavanaugh was the one who came on who replaced. What's her name, man? You know what I'm talking about. Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Yeah, Ruth.
Yeah. Maybe that was who he replaced her, but we saw.
So what I'm trying to get at, and I see what you're saying, is that we see with Trump now and with the Republican Party. I understand Trump. I ain't too much worried about Trump.
Yes.
Because like you say, Joe Biden say he's coming out of office. They ain't nowhere. He may not want to come out. He's coming out. But my thing is the Republican Party would still be in power, y'all.
Yes,
so that's what it is.
Yeah.
So my thing is that Paris, look what's happening in across the country, and especially cases here in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the Supreme Court justices here. That's the last result that we have in our judicial system, from the civil to the criminal. Am I correct?
Yes,
and
sir.
so now look, it's this here Carmelo case that we're looking at, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
How they released the video of a Carmelo getting ready to be jumped, and boys surrounded by him and getting ready to do some harm to him. You see what I'm saying? And then these people saying that the jury say they don't see that, but we see it with our own eyes.
Yeah.
But then again, they tell us to make sure we go out there and we vote. So we remember, people, we got to register to vote before we can vote. So when we register to vote, and then they say, "Oh well, you didn't go vote." Okay, he may not win vote, but then again, when he came down there for his jury duty, you turn around and say, "Oh, I'm just gonna take y'all off the jury because y'all are teachers." Now they taking our votes in the courtroom.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So they finding ways to get us now. So it's becoming a mess, y'all.
Well, that's just a reason to fight back, though. That's a reason to fight back. I think that. Do you? I want to know your honest thought.
When we say fight back, when you say when we fight back, okay. I mean, if they doing what they doing point blank in our face, what is there to fight back? I mean, we gonna vote. We gonna do everything we supposed to do. What we need to do to fight back? We coming with solutions. We come with everything we need to do. You get what I'm saying? So now to the point that they're just doing it blatantly right in our face. They don't care. Trump is doing with the same thing that those juries do. So what? Let it go on appeal. If they overturn it, so what? We still got him. You see what I'm saying? Even though he was innocent, they're just doing things that people have to, like us, look like us, have to go through a whole system to even be exonerated at the end, knowing what they did was wrong. You get what I'm saying? That's like the legally slave. A slave. That's basically kidnapped, just doing what they want to do. And we have to go through this appeal process and all that. It takes years for an innocent man to even get out. You see what I'm saying? So now they got a dream team for this boy by the name of Carmelo Anthony. I never seen it before where this many attorneys just only on an appeal. That's just a brief, y'all.
Yeah.
That's all it is. A simple brief.
Yeah.
And everybody say, "Oh, that's gonna be that's not his trial lawyer." If he had a new trial, That's probably won't be his lawyer.
Yeah,
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I listen. At least I've either, in some cases, contributed to appeals, or at least at the federal level, and in other cases, been around appeals, and then because you start paying attention to things, the more they affect your life, or those around you. So, appeals, it's not the same as getting a new trial, right? And
No,
I think
absolutely not.
I think some people are missing that. So you bring up a good point, because on appeal they're looking for the technical flaws, procedures, right? That's what you guys call it down there, right? They're looking at procedures.
Yes. Yeah,
because I've heard.
That
Go ahead.
That the defense object to into in the trial, everything that was in the trial, and whatever he object to, that's what he can bring up for the appeal.
Yeah.
And he did, they did object on that Bastion rule of striking out 3 black jurors that were teachers.
Yeah.
And that's why they didn't want that jury. They didn't want them on there. But then they had a white man on the jury that was educator also.
Yeah.
And then they say, well, why didn't this defense attorney? Now check this out. Why didn't the defense attorney object to that one? Well, why would he want to object to something that's wrong anyway? So why would he shouldn't play it? You get what I'm saying? Because they say, well, if he'd object to that, and then they just kick the white boy out, and they still would have replacement for the white guy, then that had been justified.
Well,
you
now,
know what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And now, isn't it a matter of whether they will allow? If you're going, I don't know what grounds they're going to appeal on. Maybe it's been written before. I don't know what the brief said. That's it. Have you seen the brief? Have you read about the brief? Because I haven't seen it yet.
I know a little bit about it now, but I think the number one thing that they're going to is that Bastion, where they struck out the 3 jurors because of education. But everybody keeps saying that it's going to be because inefficient counsel. But guess what, though? And Ron can speak. Can speak this for me or any attorney. When they say you want to get an attorney for inefficient counsel, well, guess what? How you going to get inefficient counsel on an attorney if they overturn it on the Bastion rule for the 3 strike of black people? That means his lawyer did his job. So it wasn't inefficient counsel. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's not an easy claim. That's an easier claim to make than prove on these appeals. It's not just like you get a new trial and everything is good again. It doesn't go from that. I have a couple of cases I've known of, and I guess many of our listeners out there know of this. You know of situations where people have been sentenced to death, and when new information came up, they have been reluctant to give, and in some cases denied, an appeal on the fact that new evidence came up, because their position was the trial was conducted fairly. And I don't have the name of that case at the top of mind for me now, because I'd like to be able to cite it for people. But I think one was in Virginia. I'm not sure, but there have been a couple. There's been more than one where people have come up with new evidence. I know one was in an arson case where somebody was killed in the house, and the man was sentenced, I guess, to life. And new evidence came up. New evidence came up, and they didn't. They didn't give him a new trial. He wound up getting out on, wound up being commuted
exonerated.
or something, I think. Well,
he was exonerated. That's called exonerated. The courts exonerated him from the evidence, the new evidence that they had. Just like the Central Park 5, the case you're talking about, these guys were exonerated. You get what I'm saying? They tried to go, and there wasn't no need to retry them again, because the evidence would have showed that if you want to try to retry them again, you waste the taxpayers' money and time, because everything you had the evidence right there. So at the end of the day, this is what we have to deal with that. And then we have a young boy that they say for self-defense, a black boy, Camelo, was self-defense, and now he has to go to prison. Now look here, Paris. They found him guilty the same day they sentenced him for 35 years, the same day that he was found guilty, and they turn around and shipped him to prison with less than 24 hours. That had never been heard of ever in the history. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They just rushed everything and did what they want to do, man.
But that's still going
to
that would be a heavy lift, I think. We'll see what it is. Yeah, you could rule. What are they going to say? That the prison was too? I mean, the sentence was too stiff for murder. I don't know how you get there, but I'm interested in seeing what these attorneys do say. Mark.
Yeah, I wouldn't too much worry about the sentence. Yeah, the sentence was wrong if you look at down race line.
Yeah.
But I don't think the Court of Appeals is really worried about that. And I don't think the attorney should even argue the 35 years because it was wrong. But you can't. That's one thing you can't argue. People don't understand. You can argue to the courts that it was excessive. 35. They come back and say, it's 25, or we can. They can do something like if they wanted to, but that's not the issue. The issue is trying to overturn it to get it back for a new trial.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
All right, buddy. All right, we'll see. All right, man. Okay, all right. Hey, good morning, callers. I see you out there. We're gonna run down these phones. Go ahead. Hello, caller. You're on.
Good morning.
Hey, Bobby Ray. What's good?
The source gas. I saw y'all out here putting things on the line, putting clothes on the line. You know, Perry, back in the day, there were certain things you didn't put on the line. You remember that?
Yeah, certainly. Underslips.
Hey.
Anyhow. Go ahead. Anyway, so, underslips, undergarments.
I just think something said, the Apostle Paul said, and some of y'all have been confounded.
Yes.
So on the source, man, you know, we depend on. Well, I know y'all got a guy named Paul Harvey, and now the rest of the story. So even as I came to other day complaining, you know, like say, hello, KCOH, can I help you? Yeah, I need to talk to somebody in the complaint department. I heard on the source radio station that Eley Dalton was generated by AI. I said, yeah, that's if you Google it, that's correct. And then I saw my computer page say, is it can a radio station play AI music? You know, which then my screen flipped, so I don't actually know what the truth is. So even as you telling us things about it, and now the lawyers are going to make some money off this. And it's kind of like the other day they said, and now we're going to put fences up around the reflection pool in Washington, D.C. And so a lot of us who are confounded, we don't think about get what the Paris Eley fence company is going to, without a contract, is going to, we get an order.
You get another.
Put fences around. And then, and then Bobby B. Tyrone, who worked for the fence company, is going to work some overtime. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
We'll give him a chance to steal some more fence material so that he can upgrade his fence company. You know, and I steal fence material too. So anyway, so yeah, man. So and then you come to it is not our responsibility. We're just here to entertain, inform, and inform. Well, so you got to individually, as Texas Mike would say, you got to individually get what you can get out of it. I hope you feel good. We just here just trying to get paid. What part of that don't you? Hey, have you ever seen the movie Radio?
No, I have not. I have
Cuba Gooding Jr. Radio.
Okay.
I mean, must be. So it talks about the KCOH listeners, the radio, and how the KCOH listeners are seen in the world and how we are treated, and why 250 years later we don't really know the story behind Christmas Adams. punish that. So,
I heard you mention Christmas addicts in a conversation before, and you were right about. Listen, there's one thing that gets downplayed about Christmas addicts, and that is sort of stereotypical. Like he was just a rabble rouser and a big mouth guy, but there was more to Christmas addicts than that. He was he had known, according to local reports, historians say. He was also a merchant seaman. He would travel and go to. He went to.
Him and Moby Dick.
There you go. He went. He went to different places, and they say down among the piers, the wharf. He was kind of light down there. They say he was a likable fellow. He was strong, and he was outspoken. Right, so. He did not like, he had on occasion whipped the colonials into a frenzy. And so he got short shrift in school books when I was coming up. They treated him as if his only accomplishment was being shot and killed. But my understanding came to be that he played a more central part in that. So, and this is kind of recent information for me, to tell you the truth. I don't know whether it was Ta-Nehisi Coates that called my attention to it. We were 8 years in power, or whether it was Lerone Bennett's writing from back in the day. But yeah, it presents a different picture of Christmas addicts,
Yeah. Well, the main thing, Paris, what I love about you, that you say, think outside the box, Paris. So yes. we know back in those days, the majority of the taxes money came from people who had land owners,
property owners, yes,
and so we had the Landowner Association. I ain't gonna say that when I saw you a cup of beer, I didn't charge you no taxes. But anyway, so all you're talking about taxation without representation is tyranny.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? They wouldn't touch the Paris easy. You just they may kind of have another cup of beer. So, but then they Paris.
Yeah.
Now we got the blue police, but back then they had the red police. You know why I need the red police, right?
Was it?
I need the red police over there. They go over there and watch Paris Ely and them because they talk too much yin yang.
Yeah.
I said, "Where's my money?"
And that's about to change too. I'm telling you, because these corporations are folding now. iHeartMedia and these others, and what's going to be left, at least in broadcast radio, and maybe in television, you're beginning to see the dismantling of stations with progressive or liberal-leaning views. And I'm telling you, they are consolidating, and it's wiping away even white broadcasters who've been around for a while. So there is a move afoot to
the water is moving.
Yes,
okay.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Hey, like you said the other day, we don't need no talking all that. We don't need no target on our back.
Well, you're gonna get one whether you like it or not, right? Right? You know that.
Hello.
Yeah, you know that. Yeah, as a good Marine, you know that. You always got a yeah.
Do what every day is like a holiday and every meal is like a feast.
Yeah.
So tomorrow we die. Okay.
That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
All right. I think that was Epicurus who said that. Tomorrow we eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow you die. Yeah, could be. All right. Listen, let's get to one of our callers here. Hey, caller. Good morning to you. How are you doing?
Barrett, what's going on?
Yeah. What it is, X. How's Mr. Arthur? How's Mr. Arthur doing?
Yeah. Oh man, dude, it's all good, man. This World Cup is almost over, thank God.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hey, Ferris.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about my concern of the sentiment of black people, especially in Texas.
Yes, sir.
About voting in November.
Yes, sir.
I'm concerned because I like to look on the internet. I like to look on the social media a lot to see what black people are thinking, and I listen to talk radio, black talk radio, even nationally on XM radio to see what black folks' sentiment is. And I'm concerned because black folks seem like they still upset because Jasmine Crockett didn't win.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm concerned about that. I'm very concerned about that because, they doing the same, they fall into the same trap they did when Kamala won with James Tellerico. All of a sudden now, since Jasmine lost, some black people are concerned about, he got to earn my vote.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what do you mean he has to earn your vote? It seems like black folks enjoy getting whooped by racist Republicans. This civil rights, this Supreme Court thing that they just passed of Donald Trump racial onslaught, with the Haitians people. Mm-hmm. That bill was solely for the Haitian people because they black. And it's more Haitians that's going to be sent back to a bad place than Syrians. I mean, you just said the numbers, and the numbers are far, far, far more.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas, you have white immigrants that actually can come over here at any time.
Mm-hmm.
And, black people keep on seeing this racist stuff going on, but all of a sudden they want to talk about, anybody that's running against that who's not the person that they favor, they got to work for my vote.
Mm-hmm.
And in Paris, it's not like we're not dealing with Bush Republicans here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Bush Republicans, they had bad policies, but overall they were good people, and they really didn't push the racist agenda like Trump, Abbott, and Dan Patrick, and now this guy that's dirtier, just as dirty as Trump, is Jim Paxton.
Mm-hmm.
Kim Paxton, and stuff like that, and black people, you got to start thinking outside the box, because it's not all about Jasmine lost and all of a sudden Tellerica's an alien, and I know everybody and both said it, the other, you got to earn my vote. I mean, when you're going against a racist agenda of the other side, a person that's preaching and talking about policies that help everybody, they should not have to work for your vote, because black people still want a politician to say that I'm gonna do stuff for black people only. But here's the thing: this is a country that's built on racism and white supremacy. So no politician's gonna get up there and say we're gonna do anything for black people only. Look, as long as Sheila Jackson Lee was congressperson up there, she never pushed a bill that said it's going to help black people only. That's impossible. So black people need to get off this pipe dream that a politician's going to do that, because they're not, because the system is not designed for that. Now, if you listen to Tellerico, black folks, this man talks about the right way of what Jesus wants as far as being a Christian versus this new Christian nationalism that the state of Texas is pushing around with sinful people, whereas I believe in Jesus, but I want my religion to be whites only. You know, and you know, and you know, they are quietly pushing this, and I call it the Christian version of Christian Sharia law. And they're doing the same thing. They talk against what the Muslims doing, but they're doing the same thing. They want to control everybody through religion, and only the white people will benefit from Christianity. And if you're black, you know, you don't participate in nothing. You know, and you know, also I'm disappointed because Jasmine, it's not say she's gonna not participate in the Democrat convention in Texas, anything like that. You know, I mean, and you know what? It's not that I don't want Jasmine to beat the pavement for Tellerico. That's his job. I just want her to get up there and let the black people know that this guy's all right. To vote for this guy, because because when you don't vote, you vote for the continuation of a racist agenda under you know, the Texas Republicans and also the head honcho Trump to push his racist agenda. So black folks need to think outside the box, and they're just not thinking. I mean, Paris, they did the same thing to Kamala. You know, they made all kind of excuses not to vote for Kamala. And then all of a sudden, we have to protect our black vote. But you was running against Trump. But, you know, you still making all these little petty excuses why Kamala shouldn't be president.
Do you think it's reasonable to ask Tallarico to embrace a cause that black people identify with in terms that don't in terms that are straightforward? In other words, it's like and right now it doesn't come to mind, but should he stand up and denounce certain things where people can markedly see that there's a difference, and he does it in the strongest of terms? What do you think about that approach?
Well, I think he actually has when he comes down to talking about, you know, the racism and the non-inclusion and all that these Texas Republicans are doing now. And he said, this is not what Jesus did. Jesus loved everybody. And black folk, you are everybody. He just don't say for some. He say for everybody. And black folks got to realize that when a politician say, I want to help everybody, black folks included. I mean, same thing with Barack Obama. Barack Obama had to say everybody. Because if you don't because the thing is, you know, if you doing the same thing Republicans do, if you excluding everybody and just making it for one person.
Yeah, you can't.
And that's political suicide. And that's political suicide, because what you do is you alienate the other races of people that's gonna vote for you. So you cannot do that. So what you do as a politician, you got to say everybody, because that's what it's all about. It's about everybody. And any politician that says everybody, we talking about the poor, the middle class, the unfortunate, the alphabet, everybody.
Okay, all right, that's good. That's a good argument. I want to hear where the other callers are with you on that. What their perspective is as well. X, very very well thought out. I do hear what you're saying. I want you to hear what your neighbors are saying as well. Okay. I got a full bank of calls, and I want you guys to hear each other on this thing. On this, and go ahead.
Yeah, and for those who want to rebut me and say that I say stuff that I didn't say or put words in my mouth, you know, thank God there's YouTube, so you replay it and so you hear what I'm really saying. Because sometimes people just hear it and don't get what I'm actually saying.
It happens, it does happen. So look. Sometimes it happens innocently, and sometimes because people got their own agenda, they're just hearing what's in their head.
You know what? Yeah. I really want to have a debate with Cup of Coffee. I want to have a debate with him so bad.
Yeah, well,
I want to have a debate with Cup of Coffee.
Yeah, well,
Cup of Coffee,
you guys
Cup of Coffee, I'm calling you out.
All right, man.
Like UFC.
All right, I'll talk with you later on that one. You'll have to arrange the place and pay for the venue. Hello, caller. You're on. Good morning.
Good morning, Brother Parrish. Thank you for taking the phone. You know, Brother X-Man make a valid point, Parrish, because, you know, any elected official, case in point, if all the black people that was resident in America would have voted for Obama, he still wouldn't have won because there's not enough of them. So you got to be the president or the representative for everybody. And you can't reach out talking about, I'm a president for just the blacks, I'm a president for just the white, I'm an elected official for just the blacks, I'm an elected for just the white, so on and so forth. You'll never make it. That is racism. So Brother X got an excellent point. And we as a people, as black people, we got to stop. We got to start thinking outside the box. You know, I say this 1,000 times, Parrish, in words of Dr. King, nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Anyway, Parrish, kind of switching gears, I'm glad that you mentioned what you did about Brother Crispin Addis, Parrish, because he wasn't just somebody just being a loudmouth guy self-shot. You know, he's a merchant seaman. He's also well-traveled, well-rounded, well-versed, outspoken, and well-spoken. That's what they didn't want to know, Parrish. They didn't want to know about his intelligence and his intellect.
There you are.
And you know, during those times, you know, he had the good old white folks to listen to him and like him because they saw he wasn't no dummy. He just wasn't your so-called average Joe.
Yeah, and he wasn't scared. He wasn't scared. He wasn't scared. He wasn't scared.
Exactly. Hey, Perry, it is real quick. You know, I'm glad Brother Mark called. And, Perry, what you think about this, Perry? You know, brothers and sisters, I'm looking at this situation happen with Carmelo Anthony up there in Dallas area, Paris. And here's just me from what I've seen and my conclusion based on my investigation myself and my little articles I looked at and people I talked to, Paris. Now, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. You had a young black kid, Carmelo Anthony, at this track meet that he was supposed to be there. Now, he is sitting under that tent, and he's invited out of that tent. And, oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, you're at a track meet. The track players, the track athletes, they interact and socialize with each other, you know, in between events. So it's not like there's a rival going on, you know, like the football fields do. They socialize with each other in between events. It began to rain. As you can see based on the video, Brother Carmelo, he goes under the tent to get out the rain like everybody else. Okay? You see 6 white boys, Austin Metcalf, his twin brother Hunter Metcalf, and 4 other white boys approaching that tent pair. They was coming like a lynch mob coming. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all know they wasn't coming with no good intentions. Y'all also know that Carmelo Anthony was sitting there alone. And you know this is about white people, Paris. When they got a group like that, Paris, and the Hunter brothers was known registered bullets, okay? One of them, Hunter, Austin wasn't supposed to be there because he's suspended from school, all right? He also had complaint against him, Paris, like a sexual assault charge based on the media. And the other one, they was also, Paris, had been harassing cheerleaders, bullying cheerleaders at other schools. Okay, this didn't come out. Now, you see the brother, you look Carmelo Anthony, he asked them, they didn't just push him, Paris, that's a lie. They put their hands on, start swinging on it. The twin brother, Hunter, took the first punch, and you got 4 of your buddies there with you. They begin to swing on the little brother. According to the video, Paris, the brother's trying to run and get away from them, and they pulled them back in. Now, the question is, then, Paris, check this out. I'm just going through this, ladies and gentlemen, because this is really important. Now, and even on the video, you heard a little brother even telling law enforcement, he put his hands on me. I told him not to put his hands on me. The brother's already upset and distraught, so he was under distress, but he still so true. He put his hands on me. You know, the brother had every right to defend himself, but Paris, it wasn't just Austin Metcalf on him. All 4 of them on him. He's only 130 pounds. Wow, and then and then his new evidence came out about the Hunter Metcalf, the twin brother. He say his hands are bisexual. He put his hands on women and men because he called one of the females. You know, this has came out now. Stuff coming out about a fat beat. Everybody beginning to laugh. Okay, so with that being said, Perry, and then this is also in the video, Perry. Go back and look at it. Hunter, who say, my brother died in my arms. He's my arm, right? I held him. Perry, the video don't show him holding his brother at all. Huh? He lied. And then you got 21 witnesses that took the witness stand. They was all white, and they was all friends of the Metcalfs. Huh? Then you got this racist judge, Judge Roach. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. This came out. It's not me reporting this. I'm keeping up with this one.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't let, you had 3 African-American jurors that got striked. And guess what the reason they was given, Paris?
I know, and one was a teacher, right? I mean, 2 were teachers and stuff.
They got Paris. They was educators, right? All the 3 black ones was educators. They wouldn't let them on the jury because they feel like they were helping at school. They couldn't be, fair with their decision. But they check this out. This one came out. You had one of the white jurors on there. She was also an educator. They let her on there. But the reason you gave the black jurors that they were educators, they couldn't be on it because of the part of the education system. But the white juror was also, she's a female, she's also an educator. You see what I'm going to say? And as Mark stated earlier, Paris, you got a murder trial here. A murder trial usually take weeks, and you bring in expert witnesses, and you supposed to put those 21 witnesses up there and grill them, Paris, and you put Hunter Metcalf on the stand, and then the judge himself. Why would he not let the video be played for the jury and put all the facts? Like, we talking about a young brother's life. You follow me, Paris?
Yeah.
And then you got the prosecutor, Paris. Everybody know it's a setup from the beginning. And then everybody also on this, Paris. You got it. They so quick to say, well, the family got $600,000 from GoFundMe. Okay, the family did this with the money, that with the money. That's the narrative they want to put out there to tank this family, good name and reputation. Perry, you know a boy by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse? You know Kyle Rittenhouse? Perry, you know a boy by the name of George Zimmerman?
Yeah.
You know a boy by the name of George Zimmerman? You also know the white cop.
And what is his name? Dillinger Roof, somebody? Dylan Roof. Dylan Roof in South Carolina.
And Perry, but when Kyle Rittenhouse, he actually went to a situation with a firearm, knowing, and the people Kyle Rittenhouse shot, he shot them in the back. So there's no way in the world he could say they was a threat to him, and he shot him in the back. One of them died. But that judge, he saw Kyle Rittenhouse as being his grandson. He was able to identify with Kyle Rittenhouse, show compassion, and then he did not allow certain things to be said or certain evidence to be presented in Kyle Rittenhouse case. You follow me? And you got but this brother compares as a man with a son. And your son is at a sporting event at track meet. And 6 white guys, your son tend to mind his own business. Compares as a father. What do we tell our black boys? 6 white boys approach you, and they call you the N-word and been swinging on you. What that boy supposed to do? He even tried to run. They put him by his hoodie pad. What was your son supposed to do? And you look at, you got a son, and your son said,
well, you teach him to fight. You do teach him to fight back. But that's what I want to hear about this appeal stuff. I want to see where, because you just said that you didn't say it, but from what you're describing there, it sounds like ineffective counsel. But I don't know on what grounds they're going to appeal to see where there was a flaw in this technical procedure. Some of the things you mentioned.
I'm not a lawyer.
But
I've heard from other lawyers out here. There's a lot, and I'm glad he got a dream team of excellent, good, educated, smart brothers and sisters. But check this out. We ain't through yet. Because that regular, white, racist, ignorant Judge Roach, they say he insisted and resigned. Okay? They need to go after the judge still, go after the prosecutor still. They still go after Metcalf daddy, because he's a racist to his heart. He on a I don't know if you saw it or not yet. He on social media talking all kind of crazy racist stuff about black folks. You don't think his boys didn't have that in him as well?
Sure.
Good choir boys. And they always show this so crazy picture of Carmelo Anthony. They keep showing the picture with the white boy with smiling. And another thing that wicked white racist media do, they keep saying, oh, Carmelo, he's 19 years old, but they saying the white kid, Arthur, he's 17. At the time, they both were 17.
Yeah. All right, Chris. It's going to be interesting to see what they're calling this dream team of lawyers can do against this. Because the same information that you have, I suspect they have now, and maybe they can use some of these things to argue for reversal on appeal. But we'll just have to see. So thank you so much, Chris. I appreciate it, my brother. There's my man DJ. What's going on with you?
Hey, how you doing, Uncle P?
All right, Derek Jabril. Yes, sir.
When I was listening to my brother X, and I was just kind of like baffled. I was saying to myself, Brother X, are you familiar with the term "ghost in the machine"?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a kind of phenomenon with us as human beings. We have a tendency to I would say conjure up future events, even though it has not happened yet. But yet we believe that it's happened, that it can happen that way. But the reality says something different, and the outcomes can come out different. I think my brother, from listening to what he was saying, brother, I really think that we kind of jumping the gun on this. Tallarico haven't even came to us yet. Before we can really make that type of assessment. And it's good to look forward to things. However, it's kind of like J.J. Evans said on the on Good Time. If you're gonna get up and have a serious discussion about a fish fry, it would be better to have the fish first. to cook the fish first, and then you come out with whatever it is that you're trying to come up with. I think it's good to kind of look forward and try to prepare the people for that type of situation. But however, the fish haven't got fried yet. So I think when you get the fish fried first, then we can go on and say that black people, now you got a decision to make here. Are you going to try to sit at home and do nothing, or you just going to just turn your back on, or you're going to get out and try to help push this person forward for the party. However, the fish got to make himself presentable first before anybody start eating. So that's my take on it.
And a good take it is. So there'll be more conversation about that. I wanted to hear you guys' different thoughts on of course Tallarico and the campaign that's coming up, and of course the Carmelo Anthony trial following this appeal procedure, and perhaps we can get our guy Ronald to call in and give us some more background on this. All right, DJ.
All right, thank you, Uncle Pete.
All right, man, my man. All right, thank you. Hello, caller, you're on.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on? What's Gucci?
It's you. It's all about you on this Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I did hear X, and I listen to a lot of Black Talk Radio as well on XM Radio and here on KCOH. And I will tell you, Jasmine Crockett has moved on. Okay, and there's people have moved on too, and making a statement about or having feelings about Jasmine Crockett not winning doesn't mean that they haven't moved on to voting in November. And there are people are going to vote, and they can vote for whomever they choose to. And they are going to have their own feelings about it, irregardless as to what we say. But I will say that from a senatorial standpoint, there are other states who have or other races where Democratic senators have even more of a chance to win than in Texas. So keep that in mind. And your choice. I mean, you vote down the ticket. You can't vote straight ticket anymore. You know, and it's your choice to do what you will with your vote, because it is your own. And so I wouldn't tell anybody to be scared into your choice by what racist people are going to do, because racist people are going to find a way to do what they want to do. Whether they're successful or not is another story. But I would say everyone has to gain your vote. I think that everyone should, and that should be the expectation of everyone out there. Not just looking at, we're going to lose this time. No, like I was saying, you may not win in the state of Texas, but the Senate could be taken over by Democrats. If that's your party, the Senate could be taken over by Democrats and just not have a senator from Texas. I don't want to vote for Paxton and won't vote for Paxton. And I don't know what other people may do. They may skip that race and go to the governor's race. I don't know. But, and I will probably, in all honesty, will probably hold my nose and vote for Tallarico. But it all depends. I may not hold my nose, but I'm still waiting to hear from him, because it would be nice to hear from him about what he is going to do for our communities. And I disagree. Sheila Jackson Lee did vote for a reparations bill. So she did vote for and put up a bill that was just for Black people. So I disagree with that. And I think that there are other people. That should be our expectations. Our expectations should not be because we have all of these other communities which are doing better than ours. You know, some not. But, you know, the respectability politics are out the window. Our communities have been disregarded and put on the back burner for too long. And I think if anybody who's going to stand up for them if we don't? So being afraid to do that, or, you know, having second thoughts about talking about doing something just for Black people, I disagree with that mindset and that thought. That's just me. That's just my take. But anyway, yeah, I heard her name. And tomorrow, Paris, we're going to have a young woman on who I think it's the name of her deal is Black Courtroom Couture, Black Lady Courtroom Couture, I think is the name of it. But she's been on some calls with Jasmine Crockett and others. Black Lady Courtroom is what it's called. I believe that's the name of the podcast. And for those of you out there that are interested in hearing about some of the other chatter and talk that's going on, those are two places to get different takes. But her name is Courtney White, and she's going to be on with me tomorrow, and we're going to be chatting about some of this stuff. You know, Jasmine Crockett PAC that she has started, and what's going on in that world right now, and still, you know, should have Jasmine Crockett on before the midterms on diversity of thought. So just wanted to fill you in before tomorrow.
Okay, absolutely. And then maybe tomorrow I'll get your feedback on centrist Democrats versus progressive Democrats. All available for talk right here.
Absolutely.
Right here. All right.
Absolutely.
All
Talked
right.
to Stevens about that last night, but yes.
I was coming up on your part of that, but then I remembered that Michael is coming on, and that people can find it on YouTube. But I enjoyed that exchange between the three of you last night, I thought it was informative. So I thought it was
yeah,
great.
it was. He had a great show, great guest.
Yeah, he always
I
does.
can't think of the gentleman's name again, but
Vernice McFarlane. Vernice McFarlane.
Vernice McFarlane.
Vernice
Yeah,
McFarlane.
it was a great chat.
Yeah,
but anyway, say hi to Michael and talk to you tomorrow, Harris.
All right, you have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. We are the source of callers. I'm going to ask you to hold on because we're going to take a break, and then it's going to be Michael Harris's time. I'm not thinking you're going to have to go anywhere. Just hold on. Cause first I got to be sure I can plug into Michael at this time. Let's see what Michael is doing over there. So hold on, all of you. We are the source. Good morning, and thank you so much for being in the mix with us this morning. There's a lot to be said and learned.
An amazing singer, songwriter, and producer. Mr. Too Damn Good to You. An amazing singer, songwriter, and producer.
So where will you go?
The one-time leader of the group Levert.
I tell you what to say.
The one-time leader of the group The Deal. From the Broadway musical The Wiz to Wonderful. From the group Rufus to Remarkable. One of the greatest ever.
What about me, babe?
One of the greatest ever.
Nobody knows it but me.
It's Joel Levert.
Hold on to me. See, I'm a special kind.
And Stephanie Mills. Versus Babyface.
Every time I close my eyes, I thank the Lord that I've got you.
And Shaka Khan.
Through the fire, to the limit, to go.
It's a classic showdown. Coming soon on 1230 KCOH. The Source.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Hi, I'm JJ Walls with Sunnyside Dental, and yes, it's now been over 30 years that we've been providing quality dental care for our patients in the Houston area. It's now come to my attention that many of you that want to come to Sunnyside Dental have Medicare plans that we don't accept. Hold up, that has got to change. Sunnyside Dental is now accepting most Medicare dental plans. WellCare, Liberty, United Healthcare, Cigna, Kelsey Care Advantage, Amerigroup, Aetna, and many more. We're getting on board. Call Sunnyside Dental at 713-738-1999. If you have Medicare and would like to receive the personal touch provided by Sunnyside Dental, call us at 713-738-1999. We look forward to helping you achieve the smile that you can't wait to share with the world.
Got Medicare dental benefits? Call Sunnyside Dental 713-738-1999.
Michael Lawrence Harris is on. You can tell by the laughter. Michael is here. Michael is.
Let him light up every line.
Yeah.
Michael Harris's number is, what's that? 713-668-1230. You know, you forget numbers at times.
Yes, indeed.
I remember we used to know all the numbers, our mind. 713-668-1230. If you want to talk to Michael Harris, you want to talk to him about Congressman Al Green.
Yeah.
You want to talk to him about President Trump, Obama, Bush, Biden.
Camilo Anthony,
whatever. Yeah, whatever you want to talk.
Democrats, Republicans.
Call Michael Harris, the top jock. We've contacted the Chronicle. They're thinking about reviving the contest. Top jock.
All right, top jock. All right. Top Jock, we got you here. Oh man, what do you got to say before we get off, man? They've been waiting for you.
I gotta go take a nap. I can't be waiting around for him. I'm like Trump. I'm fall asleep.
All right.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and hello, Mr. Cooper, and hello, Mr. Eley. You know, you all are out there in the world. I'm more reserved now. You know, but I'm here, and I'm willing to talk to you all about anything at all that is within reason. If you want to talk about, I'll tell you one thing: that Donald Trump. Well, I can't
Michael,
say that.
Michael, when you talk to Trump again, I know you're going to talk to him. Tell him that we want to see his name on top of the dome, the Trump dome. Tell him that, Michael. We want to see it. He can refurbish it, put his name all around it, on top of it. But once he's out of office, now I'm gonna be against him. I'm gonna take his name down.
You gotta go with Trump. It's got to go with Trump. The name's gonna have to follow him on Ralph. Yeah.
You know what? I'm sure that when Donald Trump leaves office, he'll go somewhere and find him another place to put his fake gold stuff everywhere. And I wish him the very best. I hope that he has everything, I guess, all of his desires are fulfilled while he's here on earth, because when he leaves, I think there's a special place in hell for him. Gated.
Yeah, right.
So he can see on the outside, but can't get out of the fire. Because the man is evil. He's selfish. He is everything that America should not want to be. And it is sad. It is so sad to see somebody surrounded by people who are so filled with selfishness and greed and hatred that they can't see how evil they are. That they see it as the way that they should be. I guess is it the Hitler attitude or whose attitude is it? You know, I am somebody and nobody else is nobody unless you're a part of me. You know, I am it. And if you take the word it and put a couple of other letters at the beginning of it, it'll define who he is, in my opinion. And it ain't it.
I know, it's quit.
Yeah. My wife's shaking her head, saying this man is out of his mind. But he's not. Yeah. He's a pitiful human being. Anytime you put a pool above human life, again, you know, we got those people who went over to deal with the Iranians. I guess it is Iran. Iranians got people killed for nothing because they have not changed one darn thing. It's the same old song. What has changed? Except people are dead now. Buildings are destroyed. Lives are destroyed. Haven't changed a thing. And before you put other people's lives at risk, you should be willing to put your lives. You were in the military, right, Paris?
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
All right. Were your generals cowards? Were they sending you out there while they were cowering in their spaces trying to protect themselves, or were they out front leading?
They were out front. They were out front leading. Of course, I got to tell you, the president's not so much, but
I know.
Yeah. But yes, I know what you're talking about. It was a different kind of military. You can believe that. Yeah.
And the mindset, you can get other people killed, while the idea of somebody shooting at you want everybody else dead.
Yeah. And the public made the president care because they kept pressure. They kept pressure on any president who came in. They were LBJ, of course, Kennedy was about to inherit that, but yeah, they kept a lot of pressure on LBJ, and then they put pressure on Richard Nixon. So yeah, but that's just it. A lot of people don't have family in the military anymore, Michael. That plays a role too, I think. You know, people could go back to it. You know, we do it like it's entertainment now. You know, and so people believe all the stuff they're being told. Not all people, not everything is a lie either, but nonetheless, people don't seem to be outraged anymore. But maybe this is changing that. Maybe this Iran deal is changing some people's minds. Yeah. But go ahead, Mike.
No, well, see, my brother died from a result of damage that he received in the military.
Mm-hmm.
It took a number of years to kill him,
Right.
but he's still dead.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, so I lost my brother. Now, you know, of course, now I've lost my sister too.
Mm-hmm.
So I have no siblings anymore.
Yeah.
Hers was too. I guess, you know, the kidney cancer that she had, and the kidney cancer that I also have, that has, you know, caused all kinds of problems. This government sets up systems that allow us to be infected or to be killed by others for their benefit. And somehow it still wants to present itself as being extremely moral, that we are this great Christian nation when we go about sacrificing our own people or our common citizens for the benefit of the rich. And that is not right.
Right.
It's not right.
Oh, you know something,
And-
Michael? Oh,
What?
no. Go ahead. I was just going to call this to your attention.
I'm listening.
When you were talking about the military, another example of what you're talking about is the courts just blocked the military from stopping people getting flu shots. Vaccine shots, I think it was. This is a recent story. Just came across. I know they had been covering it, and my phone just switched as I picked it up to make you aware of
Aware.
it. Yeah.
It bees that way sometimes, as Joe Simon used to say.
Yeah. He judge blocked an executive order on mail-in voting as well today too, and all these things have been happening in the past hour and a half. You know. So
Well,
I didn't know whether
do you
opportunity.
see these as positives or negatives, Monsieur?
So what?
I said, do you see those as positives or negatives?
Oh, positive. No, negative on the positive on blocking the mail-in, on stopping him from blocking mail-in voting. That ought not to be the purview of the state, of federal government in this case. On the other hand, I'm delighted that the courts kept him from implementing the first one I just told you about. I'm looking at some other things here too on the military. Some other things that he did on the military. Oh, by having him having the military get those shots and stopping them from preventing those soldiers from getting shots. There are only 300 and some soldiers during basic training. That's an outbreak because people didn't want to get the flu shot or whatever it was, the COVID shot, whatever it was. The military had stopped giving it out. People could refuse it, and there's nothing wrong with it. But now there is a different ruling on it, and I'll share that with you. I'll share that with you later. Yeah.
And my memory is halfway failing. Mr. Trump did something the other day that I wanted to talk about, but the memory is messing with me right now.
Sure.
It was something that he wanted that he didn't get.
Yeah.
And he was a little angry about it. He's maybe we've given the presidency too much power.
Could be, Mike. All right.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, what the number here is 713-66.
Well, we got them lined up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I am more than ready.
713-668. 713-668.
I'm ready, Teddy. Ready to rock and roll.
Hey there, caller, you're on.
Thank you very much, Michael and Harris. Good to hear your voice, Michael Harris. You know, I heard on the previous show when people would say you can't. They were talking about politicians. You cannot be for all black agenda. And I was thinking in my mind, certain things, certain phrases, and certain concepts only apply to black people in this system of racism, white supremacy. Here's a couple. Crack baby.
Is this Ali?
It has been. Yes, sir.
A long time no hear. How you doing, dude?
Excellent, man. Excellent.
Oh.
Like I said earlier, I was glad. I'm glad to hear your voice. I said that earlier. You probably couldn't hear me, but I am most definitely glad to hear your voice. I didn't know the news that you just shared, about your sickness. Pray to Allah that you would. I don't want to talk. Get me emotional, but I'm just going to say this. Pray to Allah that you everything goes well for you and your family, and if we wake up and find it. Yeah, you've been most kind to me. I said that before, and I'll say it again. This is more important. What I'm saying now is even more important than what I was going to say earlier. Michael Harris, Mr. Petruzio, Ralph Cooper, Paris Eley, Don Sams, started with with Michael. Been most kind to me. When I didn't have a job, I was accused of having drugs, and they fired me. I never smoked drugs in my life. Michael Harris allowed me to come up there and sell some of the things that I was selling. Hey man, and they didn't even charge me. I'm not saying that people should run to the station and ask parents, hey man, y'all let Ali do it. Michael seen that I was in need.
I guess we got the same.
And the good works that a person has done will not go unrewarded. Period. Now that's what I want to say. Now if I hit up my time, I can hang up.
No, you haven't eaten up your time. Say what's on your critical mind.
I wanted to say that. Yes, I wanted to say that. Certain phrases, certain concepts only apply to black people. Like they said that in the 80s, we have crack babies, and they showed black people. Then it was proven there was no such thing as a crack baby. You cannot, one was said today, you cannot have an all-black agenda if you're a politician. They didn't say black. You cannot have an all agenda for one race if you're a politician. Lindsey Graham is a politician. Donald Trump is a politician. They have an agenda for white people, and the last I've seen it, Mike. Now maybe they changed since last night. What's his name? Tehran, the one that Jasmine Crockett ran against. I can barely pronounce his name. He won. Start with a T. Tirado or whatever. You know his name, Mike.
Yeah, I know. But you know how that is when you know something, and then somebody
don't come up. Yeah,
yeah.
The audience knows. The audience know his name.
Tarico.
Tarico,
yes. Isn't
they
it?
Want something like that. They know. We know who we're talking about. They want Jasmine Guy Tarico. One Jasmine guy go out and say
Jasmine
something.
Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett.
David Crockett.
Yeah.
Jasmine Crockett. Yeah.
Jasmine Crockett to go out and say some things in her behalf, on his behalf, excuse me, and push us to go to the polls. But I want to know this, Michael. Where does that guy stand on reparations for black people? Somebody said they're going to hold their nose and vote for him, maybe, but they will not vote for Paskin. I guarantee you, Tarico and Paxton are two L's parallel flying together when it comes to reparations for black people. So I'm saying these things only apply to us. And we really, really need to take a deeper look. It's not just politics as a standalone, as if politics is fair to us. This is a system of racism, white supremacy. Politics is one of the 10 areas that this system works. It ain't just, it's not just me going down there and pushing a button or poking a hole in there and voting for someone. We only had one president in 250 years that was black. And you try to tell me it's fair. Not you, Michael, but I'm saying it to you. You try to tell me it's fair. Well, and they gave him, man, headaches. And they still attack him. Called him a monkey the other day. Called his wife a man. And their children seeing this. So the children is affected by this. Lastly, Michael, I'm going to say this. When Michael, some of y'all don't remember the story. Michael, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Michael, I believe it was your grandfather, or your mother, blessed mother. And you went in that store and sat at that counter. And she slapped you. Man, I don't care if it's storming outside. This is the point. See, Michael's grandfather and mother, they didn't go to Harvard. They didn't get $50,000 to go to Prairie View for free, although some of his family did go to college. But they didn't get to do that. They didn't get a PhD. But they told Michael, in during these times, these people will kill you. Don't go sit at their lunch counter. Don't go do this. Don't try on their hat. Man, I don't care if it's a hurricane outside. Go in the bar's restroom to the weather pass. You got a right to seek shelter. He didn't hurt them by seeking shelter under their tent. But we got to have the intelligence of Michael's grandfather, which was probably about 2 generations from slavery. His grandfather. That's what I wanted to say, Mike. Y'all got any comments?
Well, America knows its history, and they know its racial history. We know that if you're not basically a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, you are not considered to be mainstreamed in America. Now, Paris has had more experience than I have in being around the world since he traveled all across the country. Did you run into the same attitudes almost in every state? Every
Yeah, if the plane landed in America, yeah.
Yeah.
Every time the plane landed in America on any day with a Y. Okay.
And his grandmother. So in Paris, be careful out there. Don't go in that store with your hands in your pocket. All the other children went in the store with little white children went in the store with their hands in their pockets. We cannot do that because we live in a system of racism, white supremacy. But we are not teaching our children that. We don't want to teach them that because we think that will hurt them.
No,
Go ahead,
well,
Michael.
we want to teach them. The system doesn't want us to teach them.
That's true, right?
They want they want the image of America to be in liberty and justice for all.
Yeah.
But it seems that the justice bends to the white and not to the right. And
for real.
And we continue to lie to ourselves about it. We've had one black president, and he was vilified. The next president after him, if you want to call him that, like you said, identified his wife and him both as monkeys, and there was no outcry. If that had been a president who had done that, he would have been impeached.
Exactly.
He would, if Obama would have portrayed Trump for what he really was and what he really is, he would have been impeached. They wouldn't have allowed a black man to vilify a white man that way.
Nope. I don't care what party he belongs to. I don't care. Maybe Talarico, his name Talarico. Maybe Talarico said something about Trump calling Michelle Obama a man. Maybe he said something about calling President Barack Obama a chimpanzee. Or maybe he didn't. I don't care what party they belong to. We have to tell the truth. And we cannot approach politics and the other 9 areas that racism operates in as even, as fair and square. I'm just going to vote, and that's going to be it. We got to push because we don't want them Republicans in there. They are the same.
Well, I don't know if they're the same. I heard someone on 13 talking the other day about their license to continue as a television station being under attack. And I can understand why, because they don't drink Trump's tea or whatever the heck he's putting out. And so, based on what I'm hearing, is they're trying to get their license taken away from them. And, you know, he has that neo-Nazi mentality that, you know, we tell everybody what to do, and if they don't do it, we destroy them. So there are people who are willing to stand up, but more of us have to be willing to stand. But maybe too many people benefit by being white.
Oh, exactly. Let's say all of them. There is no white person that does not benefit from being white. Not a one. Not a one, Michael. Even the one that you may have passed going to the store that's on the street and he's down on his luck. He can clean himself up, take a shave, put on a tie, and he'll be my supervisor. It's not a one. So we have to be absolutely real with ourselves and come out of fantasy land. And when I say, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, you know, with Ken Paxton having his continuous adulterous activities exposed and still be reelected, that couldn't happen. Well, maybe to a black Republican, maybe. I'll have to get them for you, babe. There's just one set of rules for some. Like I told, back in the day of Separate But Equal, back in '69, when I went to Carthage High. I guess the first photo was '68, '69. And they had all those electric typewriters, and we had one. And we only had 14 manuals. And they had, they put their manuals aside, but guess what? They didn't have any, but the ones they no longer needed, guess what? They didn't come to us over at Turner. They gave them to somebody else, but they say that we have an equal educational opportunity. So when I get to UH or somebody gets over to A&M or UT who went to our black schools, how can we compete when they purposely made it so that we didn't have the training, the equipment, or anything else to compete?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know.
Absolutely.
If Paris, if they do that up where you came from, up in Virginia, is it Virginia?
Yeah, certainly did. I mean, there's it was, look, it was, as the Supreme Court said, separate was never equal. Okay? Separate was never equal. By definition, they are unequal, and yeah, it was that, it was that way. I stayed a quarter of a mile from a white school across the street, and it never really occurred to me to go there or either want to go there. I didn't, but I couldn't without. When I say I couldn't, I mean I could have maybe if I wanted to be on the 6 o'clock news. With parents with parents around and people around throwing rocks and bricks and everything, but it's like, so I had to walk a mile and a half, 2 miles. Well, it was maybe 3 miles further, but it was like my preference. But the thing was, if I had another, I didn't have but one preference. I had one choice, okay? Because if I wanted anything else, it was practically, in practical manners, unavailable to me.
And how many churches do you think you passed by as you made your trek to the black schools?
Well, fortunately for me, it was a black community, so I went only to black churches, and I can tell you there was Celestial, Mount Hermon, and some street corner ones. But yeah, there were about 3 or 4, but 2 big ones and and
you saw a lot of white ones too, right?
Oh, no, because we were truly, see, when I talk about being in a black neighborhood, I meant it was black. Yeah.
Oh,
the only thing that was in our neighborhoods that were white, were businesses. Businesses, and I don't mean big businesses. I mean mom and pop businesses, like the corner store. It's sort of like it is now, really, to be honest about it. All right.
Be honest.
There weren't black people owning a lot of those stores. You had a few mom and pops, but the mom and pops were. I remember Kershaw's restaurant and Soda Fountain and Brown's, two Jewish guys who had the pharmacy. They did the pharmacy prescriptions. Pharmacy prescription. No, there was no black pharmacy. During that, this is 50s, the 50s, right?
Yes, but to show you how, if this is the correct word, insidious that is.
Mm-hmm.
My father, he's passed now. My father was born, is older than both of you.
Mm-hmm.
He experienced the same thing. The exact same thing Michael Harris and Paris Eley is talking about. My father experienced that he was born in 1935.
Mm-hmm.
When he would leave Caspiana from the sharecroppers plantation to walk to school, he passed white schools. He passed white churches in Shreveport. He was coming from Caspiana. So he passed all of these things Michael is trying to bring up. So how, if racism is not real, how my father, as old as he would be, and as young as Michael would be compared to my father, how they experienced the exact same thing if it wasn't designed for him to experience the exact same thing? Books with pages torn out the book. Where it ain't like that now. Well, compare Yates High School to Lamar in terms of resources. It's the exact same thing. Okay, I'm not going to hold Michael. Good to hear from you. I'm going to try to call a little bit more often. Love you much.
It's good hearing from you. And for those people who think that it's just a bunch of crying, it's not crying, it's reminding.
No, it's reminding.
Trying to open your eyes to be aware of what they still want to happen here. They want our children undereducated. They want them underqualified so they can justify denying us equal opportunities economically, socially, politically, and everything else. It's just sad. But they say they're one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And that's the biggest piece of crap I've heard, and I don't know when.
Michael, I'm going to get off but just tell us that story I told when you tried to stick it. Was that a true? Am I accurate in my memory? Do you remember that?
Yeah. Of course.
Now, Michael's not 100 years old.
No, I'm not.
He ain't been he's not 100 years old. Okay.
But you don't find it out until you go over there and see what they have. And that's the key. They want to hide. But they're not hiding it anymore like they're trying to, cut funding to Texas Southern right now. It's despicable.
Well, if we're going to be a relevant part of the community, and I mean the broadcast community, the role we're supposed to be serving here, people are going to have to hear more of this rhetoric, and it's not just idle rhetoric. They're going to have hear more of these conversations. Otherwise, they won't be able to find it in libraries and museums with the ease that they found it at one time. And one reason for that, and I wanted to do this before you got off the phone while you and Michael were engaged in this conversation. So I'm telling people they're going to have to hear about the redemption era. People who doubt about the white supremacy, people who go, listen, you after the Civil War, we jumped to the Jim Crow laws, but there was something else going on there. It came right after the Reconstruction to dismantle Reconstruction in order to restore a racial hierarchy. And I recall reading about that in Ta-Nehisi Coates' book about we were 8 years in power. All right, and he wasn't talking about Obama. That's what it seemed like to many people, right? But the fact of the matter was the rough time period between the end of the Civil War and the end of the end of the Civil War and the end of the Reconstruction era were it was somewhere 11 or 12 years, and this is when the Redemption era came, and it had as its purpose to undo the rights that had been given in the civil rights the people had fought for, but that they had won during the Reconstruction era, arguing that latent racial backlashes remain a recurring cycle in American history. Ta-Nehisi Coates makes that point, and I wanted to point that out. And one day next week we're going to talk about the North and the South versions of slavery. We can talk about in the North, what it was like in the North. So there are scholars that argue that we just don't talk about the North as much because people tended to identify with it because the population of the South was so heavily black, but they don't talk about the behavior and the laws that were in place in northern cities that indeed profited from enslavement of our people.
I had when KYOK got sold, I think I was still working for them. Maybe it was KCOH when it got sold. Mm-hmm. One of them. We started an internet radio station. Mm-hmm. Worked with some people. And we had that internet radio station downtown for a while.
Downtown. It's small.
Yeah.
building. I remember.
And-
yeah, you were working, Mike. Go ahead.
And I was working with Aubrey Taylor because he has the inside track on a lot of things. And I know Aubrey's working with Ralph now. And I'm not calling you out, Aubrey, but I am concerned. We have black people who are confused or accused. And sometimes they're both, accused and confused. Sometimes they're innocent and just I guess you'd say, the victims of a system that, I guess, you're easy to be picked out, to be picked on because of the color of your skin. But what I don't see are, I guess you'd say, mainstream media. I won't say white media. I'll say mainstream media. Mainstream media does not, well, I'll put it like this. How many girlfriends did Ken Paxton have? How much money did he steal? But guess what? He still got elected. He's still endorsed by Donald Trump. And people can support a Ken Paxton. But a Negro or a Mexican or anybody else who they happen not to want to be in power can make one little mistake, and he or she never gets a second chance. They're vilified. And so when I read some of Aubrey's stuff, I don't knock it, but I just wonder where are the stories about our white brethren who are engaged in corruption. How can a Ken Paxton and some of these other jokers, even a Donald Trump, don't forget, he's basically a convicted rapist.
Adjudicated rapist,
But he can be president of the United States. And we get accused of something, and we can't get a job anywhere.
That's what I led off with, Michael. You helped feed my family. Them people put dope on me. I never smoked dope in my life. I never did. I had a master's degree in social work. Them people just snatched that and didn't let me work. I couldn't find a job. This guy got 34 count felony. And he did it. And he's the president of the United States. And you tell me racism don't exist. I'm tired of talking about race. You ain't doing nothing but crying. Yeah, I'm crying. I'm crying because I'm hurt. Yeah, we crying. We should cry. I'm wondering why you ain't crying. What the heck? I gotta go, Michael.
Well, I would say this.
I gotta go.
As you bounce. Listen, there's a book by Ira Berlin, and he writes about what you're talking about, and he says, slavery in the North, like its counterpart in the South, was a brutal, violent relationship that fostered white supremacy. And the name of his book is how the North promoted, prolonged, and profited from slavery. That was one of the books.
Yeah.
Okay?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Love you much. Thank you very much.
All right.
It's
Thank
good
you.
to hear from you. God bless you.
All right.
Allah bless you.
Yes, indeed. All right. Let's get to it. Hello, caller. You're on.
Absolutely. My man Mike in Paris.
What's good?
Root beer.
Spivey, we want to get you a straw. Yeah.
I was listening to you, and you was talking about Trump and Paxton. Look, they are two peas in a pot. Birds of a feather flock together. Yes, Trump gonna endorse Paxton because they from the same hue. They both criminals. They are both immoral. So of course, And if Paxton, and I doubt if he wins, if he did win, he'll be Donald Trump's right-hand man because he like people that's like him. So that's not no mystery there. I mean, yeah, he got 32 felonies. I suspect he has something to do with Epstein's death in penitentiary. And as far as a third term, if that man is still breathing, he's already hinted previously that why he can't run for a third term. Because nobody else did. Well, he is doing things that no other president has ever done before. I mean, he's overtly disregarding the United States Constitution. It's all about the United States Trump Constitution that he goes by. And so, if he's still living, and he's going to make sure he have doctors to try to keep him living, I'm guarantee you, he'll be maybe the next president, but he got too much baggage now because he was screwed over too many Republicans. Because when he lied to the Democrats, he lied to them too. So they the ones that voted for him to return to office, and they already know that he spoke with a forked tongue. So we just going to have to enjoy this ride. Racism, that ain't nothing. It's always been there. It's always a how to move around racism to make a niche for yourself. I challenge anything they get in my way, period. Because that's more than one way to skin a cat. That's what my grandma say. And I want people to remember that, who you are dealing with. We have Al Capone Jr. as president. And all called Mussolini, all of the people, Stalin, he's in the Hitler, he's in the White House. He's a combination of everything else, all of them. So he's a treacherous person. He's deviant. He don't care about Republicans. He only care about the people that he can use as a step ladder to elevate him. And he'll pat you on your back while screwing you and make you feel good. He is what I call a Houdini too. Because how many people are so gullible? Apparently we do have a lot of gullible in the United States, but not the world. Iran, they know he's a crook. They look at our news media. They got contacts over here. They know that he's screwing America. He's not operating in the invisible and the unknown. He is no good. Just like that song from the 60s. You're no good, you're no good. He is all of that. He is a monster in human being who is thick with the green. So it is what it is. Bottom line. And anybody can't see it, they just blind. They're not blind, they just can't see.
Well, they can see
what
it.
You want to see.
They just happen to be in love with it. They agree with it.
Yeah. And you make sacrifice for something, so they'll make a sacrifice for being a fool, part of the peanut gallery. And that's the way it is, Mike. So I tell them, just roll with the punches.
Well, I don't know if they'll have to pay for their sins yet. You know, when who was that who got their foot cut off? I'm trying to remember that. I had their foot chopped off. Was that Kunta Kinte?
I don't recall that. I don't recall. I didn't recall this thing.
I got a friend who got his foot extracted in the 3-day hospital, but other than that, I don't know.
Back in the day, if a slave was bad, and they ran, they would cut off half his foot.
Oh, okay.
Was that movie from with Notre Dame? When he played the slave Ken Norton, the boxer.
Oh,
okay.
What was that? Mandingo? Was that Mandingo?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I know he they ball him, you know.
But you said
they cut your hand off, cut your foot off, hang you, cut your head off. You know, just all kinds of vicious things that this great Christian nation of ours allowed and seemed not to be bothered by. And we are still not bothered by, I guess you could say, economic segregation. Now they're redrawing district lines to take away power from ethnic minorities. And unfortunately, there are some ethnic minorities who I guess think that if they think white long enough, they'll be accepted as white and go along with that stuff. They just don't know they're signing their own death warrant. Because the stronger they get...
They buying up all the black neighborhoods, but they don't want y'all, once you consider yourself successful, to move in their neighborhood. Even though you're doing the least, they consider it an invasion. An alien invasion. But this is the life that we was born into. But guess what? You could have been born a croaker, fish, crab, and I love Dungeness crabs. So you could have been born a cat, a dog, a frog. But you know what? We was born human beings, and we can accept all challenges before us. And that's what life is all about. If you're so fortunate enough to be a human and you make choices for yourself, either be a criminal or a person that forged your head to do your own thing. You don't have to follow the crowd. Just be who you are and follow who you are. And no matter, you don't let nobody influence you. When I was young, I had people that committed crime. Come on, man, go here. I say, man, I ain't getting killed behind nobody's other stuff. Oh, man, why you always say that? What you going to be, a law enforcement, or you going to be a lawyer? Well, it doesn't make no difference. It's just that, you just have to, everybody have a right, and you don't have a right to anybody else's personal property. You ain't got a right to break into their home or steal their car. If you want all of that, get a job and work and save your money, or get some type of education, learn how to weld, or do whatever you do to make your money. And so you won't have to go through all of that, because I ain't going to the pen for nothing that don't belong to me.
Let me ask you a question here. We're running out of time, but I do have a question, because I can't remember the name of it. But remember, was it in Philadelphia where they bombed the black group? I forget the name.
The Move House in Philadelphia. The Move.
Okay, the Move House in Philadelphia. Mm-hmm. How do you justify something like that? How do you justify that? Where you just burn down a whole house or houses full of people, and you'll get mad. When the officer got shot, I think, did he get shot when I forget the lady's name who got shot when they raided her house and they killed the wrong person. Of course, no punishment for that. It's just crazy. Because you happen to be white and I happen to be black. Something happens to you, you can burn down a whole city block and kill all kinds of people. And I think it was the Move people at the time. But we get wrongly killed and the people walk free. There's no punishment for it. It's America under this Trump administration. Y'all white folk out there are conservatives who think you all are in because You're kissing somebody's butt. Don't fool yourself. These people mean you no good, none whatsoever. And we're going to have to
jealousy of a race.
You know,
because we're
going to have to deal with that stuff. It's not going to go away. They're trying to expand it. And that's why they're shutting down our schools. And they're also, what do you call it? Well, I'll put it like this. Your neighborhoods in the inner city, when they clean them up, guess what? You won't be there.
They're doing it to Fifth Ward. Third Ward.
You won't be there. They will find a way to get rid of you.
Oh, yeah.
They may even shut down Texas Southern University, move it somewhere else. You will not be there. That's not the plan.
They're doing it now.
Well, Ivy says they're doing it already. I haven't been around a lot lately.
Yeah.
But I see it
go
moving
through Third
around.
Ward.
Yeah, you can't afford to live there.
That's right. Best property in the world.
A plot in Third Ward, Paris, they're selling now for over $100,000.
Whoa.
A lot.
Whoa. Yeah.
So how are we going to live there when we're the least respected, the least paid, and certainly the least credit-worthy when it comes to people wanting to sell us things?
Yes. Yeah.
You have to develop a capitalism a mind, and you have to do. It's all about money. We have to be more focused on not doing things that are detriment to ourselves. We must do things to enhance our status. And there's a method for it. You can't be trifling. You can't be lazy. That's why a lot of folks, all they want to do is have fun. That's the whole thing. You can have a lot of fun with money. You don't think Donald Trump have fun? Leading behind the scenes, he have fun. He might not be freaking with Maloney, but he got freaks there.
Well, I hope more of us will focus on lifting each other up than tearing each other down.
You're right about that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Talk about the positives that are going on and support those people who are trying to build our communities, not trying to build their own wealth, but build wealth for everybody, build opportunity for everybody. But so many people, you know, they get their degrees and their jobs, and they become like Clarence Thomas, lost.
Never met a person like Clarence Thomas in my whole life. I mean,
really?
If he wasn't dark, you would have thought that he done fell in some type of dark ink, because he is redneck all the way through. I mean, he don't do anything that's black. And when they put him in Supreme Court, they knew what they was getting. And he has not yet disappointed yet. Never. He don't hang out with no brothers or sisters. I mean, he probably don't hang out with his own kinfolk. Do you know anything about his family?
No.
Yeah, his mom, where he grew up at. I mean, they keep that out to the blue.
Well, I do know my time is up, and I appreciate your call. Ralph Cooper's up next, and, you know, who wants to stand in the way of the Super Cooper?
You tell Ralph, I'm still looking for my bone-in 5 ribeye steak from 20 years ago. I ain't forgot.
My goodness.
Well, he's just letting them, you know, when they simmer in the sauce, and so it'll be flavored from top to bottom.
Marinate.
Yeah.
Oh,
they just marinating, baby.
All right. Okay.
I appreciate this time.
All right. Thank you so much, Bobby. All right, Michael Lawrence, we're going to wrap,
sir.
huh? We're going to.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, wrap it up. Who's that, Sam and Dave?
Sam and Dave, wrap it up. I'll take it. Wrap it up. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. As always, great. I want you to have a great day. We'll be looking for you here tomorrow. Are we clear on tomorrow, or you got?
As far as I know,
Good.
Have you been invited to Taylor Swift's wedding yet?
Nah, well, I put that in my list of things that ain't gonna happen. I got a folder called "Ain't Gonna Happen." That ain't gonna happen.
I thought you promoted Taylor Swift.
No, I didn't. She came after me. She's a youngster, you know. She came along with Kanye West. They came along. As a matter of fact, they came along. Remember that Grammy incident where she was, I think it was the best new artist Grammy that she won instead of Beyonce. And I mean that Kanye won instead of Beyonce. And that was when that Taylor won instead of Beyonce, and Kanye West jumped on stage saying that. I'm gonna let you talk in a minute. He jumped right in in her thank you speech. You know, he jumped up before.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Remember that now? Yeah. It was so
yeah.
Yeah. But it's amazing how we watch people's careers, isn't it?
Yeah.
These people were just a few years ago. We were saying, "Who's Taylor Swift?" You know, we didn't know her, but now, you know, the same thing happens with athletes. Does that happen with you? Sometimes you see a player come in, and before you know it, they've spent an entire career in front of your eyes.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, but we had one guy from Carthage. His name is Andre McMillan. I think he's related to Fred Scott.
Oh, okay.
I think he's married to one of Fred's sisters, I think.
Okay.
And he came out of Carthage High after I did. I've never met him. He was even at UH, and I never met him. So you can grow up around people, and they find fame, and you've never met them.
Yeah.
But I got the biggest prize of all. I got Dieta Yvonne.
Oh, right.
Loved one.
Skipper Lee would say, mercy, mercy, mercy.
Mercy, mercy. Straight out of, what part of town are you from, baby? What part of Houston, baby? Don't get funny. Cashmere Garden.
All right.
The great Cashmere.
The great Cashmere, the Rams. Great Cashmere.
Right on.
All right. All right, Mike. Anything else before you go?
Okay.
All right, buddy.
No, man, I'm finished.
Okay, love to you and your household, my man. All right, we are the source, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here with us. How do I? Yeah.